Moderator, are you on the line? Tell us, check.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Ministerial Order M192, and we're all participating by phone. If my connection is lost during any portion of the meeting, we'll recess until my connection is restored. And we do the same if council loses connection during the voting process. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. And council, if you could just make sure that your video is enabled, that way we can ensure we have quorum. I want to, of course, acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them so much for their generosity to all who reside on their lands. And also shout out to the staff, do a great job here at the city, and make the Vancouver an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hartwig.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Not on the line. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kubiang. Councillor Kubiang, can you hear me? I see her on the call.
Present. Yeah, present, Rosemary.
Thank you. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and follow along on Twitter. @VanCityClerk is the handle. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form, and the link to that form is on @VanCityClerk on Twitter. Today, we're going to continue to hear from speakers on this item, starting with Speaker 55, and have a second round of questions to staff, and then debate and decision on the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We also have one administrative motion and one council member's motion to complete. And if we don't get through everything today, we'll reconvene Thursday, November 19th, 2020 at 4 p.m. Reconvene on November 19th, which is Thursday at 4 p.m. And I'll remind folks as we get closer to the end of the meeting. We are scheduled to go to 10 p.m. this evening with a break between 5 and 6 for dinner. Okay, so Councillor Wiebe, see you on the list.
Yeah, so again, I will be out of abundance of caution and with the legal advice I've received, I'll be recusing myself from this part of the meeting and I'll be watching from the public live stream until I have been advised to come back and join the meeting because of my role as a director on the Easy Park Board of Directors.
Thanks very much. Great, so
Rosemary, can you put me into the waiting room? Beautiful.
And Councillor Wiebe will bring you back for the other items once this one's complete, although I suspect it'll be a while. So now we're going to continue to hear from registered speakers. and then ask questions to staff. So clerks, we're on speaker number 55. Peter Waldkirch. I thought he asked a question last time, or did a statement, but anyway, Peter Waldkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm not sure. We've heard
Perfect.
from you a few times. I'm sorry if I've forgotten that, but looking forward to your comments today. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. Mayor Council, as you heard, my name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to express my strong support for this climate action plan. Now, climate change is important. It's too important to put off. This is about our future as a society, and I hope you've been listening to the young people who have spoken to you over the course of this hearing. We need to listen to them. Our society has been burying its head in the sand for decades. It's long past time we started to act, because there isn't much of a difference between a climate denier and one who says they accept the science but isn't willing to actually do anything about it. Now, I support everything in this report. I want to specifically mention my support for congestion pricing. And it must be emphasized that this is just about starting the work, and there's a lot of work to do. It'll take years. We need to get going. Some councillors have suggested a preference for this to be implemented at the regional level. Well, I challenge those councillors to do just that. Push this at the regional level. I encourage those councillors to bring motions to this council for letters to the Premier supporting mobility pricing, to advance it at the Mayor's Council, to network with their peers and other municipalities to push them to get on board as well. But do this in addition to starting the work at home, because the way to achieve a regional approach is for Vancouver to show leadership and courage. And refusing to even study this issue now will not advance a regional approach. It will set it back by demonstrating our politicians don't have the courage to even contemplate it. The bottom line is, if you oppose Vancouver even studying the issue now in favor of a regional approach, but aren't taking concrete and immediate steps to advance a regional proposal, then all you're doing is creating a distraction and yet more climate delay. If you're not a champion of regional mobility pricing, then it's just another excuse. But I do have some criticisms of this report. I support it. I urge you to adopt it in its entirety, but I want to highlight a couple of potential problems with it. First, it has very little to say about one of the major structural drivers of the climate crisis, land use that encourages car dependency and sprawl. Now, I understand zoning and land use have been shunted off to this citywide plan, but that's not good enough. In my experience, trying to participate in the citywide plan so far, it has had very, very little to do with climate change, and certainly it hasn't been a focus. But we know that increasing density is absolutely necessary for mitigating climate change. Transit is struggling to even maintain its current levels of funding. We need to create sustainable, effective, and transit that is competitive with car use. That means we need to embrace densification. There's only so much political appetite for investing in new transit in economically unsustainable low ridership areas. If transit is to compete with cars, we need better neighborhoods. And yes, the report discusses creating complete communities by 2030, but I gotta be frank, that seems pretty unrealistic. There are still detached houses right by the Joyce Street SkyTrain station 35 years later after that station opened. Accomplishing complete neighborhoods will require you specifically, you councillors, to become far more courageous than you have been. It will require you to put transit-oriented homes over concerns about things like shadows. Climate change requires a holistic approach, and we need to recognize that will involve changes in how we live our lives and build our cities. And by artificially carving out land use and zoning from the climate response, we undermine that holistic approach. And this is one of the ways the status quo is maintained. Second, because of the focus on technological fixes, I'm concerned some people might take what I think is the fundamentally wrong message out of this report, because the easiest way to lower our carbon emissions would be to build a giant wall around Vancouver and not let anyone in. And well, hey, that's what we've already been doing through exclusionary zoning that has prevented housing supply from meeting demand. But that's put us on a path where Vancouver risks ending up as a city of ultra-rich, driving around in their electric vehicles, living in their multi-million-dollar heritage homes. That might make our carbon emissions look good, but it would also be the death of the city and a profoundly unjust outcome that puts the burden of climate change onto already marginalized persons and communities. If the climate report becomes an excuse to say no to new housing that would foster complete, sustainable communities, it would be a failure. We need a climate response that puts equity in the center, and that means embracing change because the status quo is not equitable. It means that the privileged and comfortable members of our society need to embrace change. It means embracing more homes so we can create the complete communities we know are key to mitigating climate change. And it means, frankly, accepting that car use needs to decline. I want leaders who show climate leadership, not make excuses. Let's get to work. Please adopt this report.
Thanks so much. And I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so I just want to thank you for participating today. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker I have on the list is number 56, Fraser Atkinson.
The caller has actually dropped.
Okay, thank you so much. The next speaker is number 57, Veronica Bailicki.
Mayor Stewart, the caller is not on the line. The next speaker is number 58.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Emma Campbell, number 58.
Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi. Hello, my name is Emma Campbell. My pronouns are she and her. And up until last month, I was a resident of so-called Vancouver and lived there for 11 years. I just moved with my family to North Vancouver on the unceded land of Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish people. I'm calling today to say I'm in support of this motion and asking that you pass it in full. We are running out of time to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change, and now is not the time for half measures. I'm a mother of a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I lay awake at night wondering what their world will look like. My very talkative 4-year-old talks about his future and all the wonderful things he wants to do. And when he tells me these things, I smile, but it also breaks my heart a little. Scientific predictions are so devastating, it's hard to hold out hope for a better future. When drastic action is needed, and when we look around, and it's all too often just business as usual. This motion, though, does give me hope, and I thank you for that. I understand that there may be some costly and uncomfortable changes coming as part of addressing the climate crisis, but the costs of not acting are disastrous, both here in Vancouver and around the world. We simply can't afford to not act. Climate change is already happening, and the financial and human costs felt by the next generation and their children will be very high. So we need to do everything we can now to ensure that they don't experience the most catastrophic impacts. There is no sacrifice I wouldn't make to ensure that my children and the children around the world have a chance at a healthy climate, and I know others feel the same. My family tries to live as zero waste as possible. We limit our trips by car by biking and walking most places. We have stopped flying. We try and make careful dietary choices to reduce our impact. And in addition to those personal choices, we also go to marches and protests. We've helped organize fundraisers for the front lines, and my husband and I have both been arrested protesting the Trans Mountain Pipeline. But nothing our family can personally do will come close to the impact that you all can have today if you vote in favor of this motion. Even though I'm no longer a Vancouver resident, I did vote for many of you in the civic election because I saw you as climate leaders, and I hope that you all vote in favor of this motion today. Progressive and bold actions like this give me hope, and I hope that you do the right thing and vote for this motion. Thank you so much, and please keep pushing for progressive climate action. It's our only hope. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today. I don't have any questions for you, so I just wanted to thank you for calling in and participating. And I'm going to, Council, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker I have is Leonard Shine.
Yes, hi, Mayor Stewart and City Councilors. I wish to speak in support of passing and fully funding the Climate Emergency Action Plan. This would actualize and implement your previous decision to declare a climate emergency in Vancouver. It is too easy to pass motions of intent or to sign agreements in terms of our climate emergency without actually doing anything to accomplish all that needs to be done. We all know that Canada has signed many international climate agreements to reduce our carbon emissions starting in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio, and once again just a few years ago in Paris. But we also know that Canada has higher carbon emissions now than it ever has in the past. What is needed for our climate emergency is action, not just words. Action means putting a price on something and changing regulations and bylaws. I will give you a concrete example. I attended a university just south of San Francisco in the late 1960s and early 1970s. In the Bay Area in the early 1970s, there was a drought, and the Bay Area municipalities first asked people to cut down on their water usage, but had no positive results. Then they started pleading with residents and businesses to use less water and encouraging even and odd addresses to use only water on even and odd days. But people were too used to having green lawns and filling their swimming pools, and the water shortage was increasing daily. Because everyone had a water meter, they then changed the cost of water from a flat fee for usage to a sliding scale in which the more you use, the higher the cost in an escalating fashion. People are very conscious of cost, and it worked almost immediately when people got their monthly bill. The carbon tax in BC is another example of people lowering their carbon use because of cost, and it only stopped working when it was frozen. Just as a side comment, Sweden charges over 135 euros per metric ton, and it has a very vibrant economy, and it's meeting its climate commitments. The concerns that I've heard come mainly from people worried about transport, congestion parking to downtown. However, with congestion pricing, there will also be reduced congestion and faster and more reliable travel times. And I think with our creative use of technology, we can have different prices for cars coming downtown rather than charging everyone the same. For example, people parking in hospital parking lots or people coming to work as police, firefighters, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, and teachers would not be charged. Electric cars would be able to travel free, and depending on the carbon output of a vehicle, there could be a sliding scale as well. And I do not think that businesses would be hurt as much as some people think, as transport pricing will not take effect until 2025 after the Broadway line is finished. Part of this action plan is for businesses to have full input, and I'm sure they'll be able to have their input. I speak as a retired business operator in Vancouver for 35 years, as well as being on the board of directors of the Kitsilano Chamber of Commerce, the Vancouver Economic Development Commission, and 2 BIAs. This action plan will encourage innovation, which creates employment and more business. Even under Trump, the United States was able to deal better with their carbon emissions because of strong actions taken by a number of states and cities. Vancouver needs to follow that example and be a model for cities everywhere and to not wait for our federal government to act. We have to be bold, think big, or otherwise we'll end up with way less than we all want for our children and grandchildren. Let us pass the motion now rather than compromising on what we all know in our hearts and in our minds. We need to act now to lower our carbon emissions. It may not be a perfect plan, but over the next few years, we can all work together to make it as good as we can. Thank you for listening to my opinions on this motion.
Thank you so much for your time today. There are no questions on the queue for you, so I'll just move on to the next speaker and just thank you for participating. Thanks so much. We're on next to Owen Brady.
My name is Owen Brady, and I'm a director of Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I'm calling today to express my support for the action plan. I think it's obvious that it's a thorough and comprehensive plan, one that tackles the city's largest sources of emissions, including the ones we import from elsewhere. I am concerned about Big Move 1, which is the goal of having 90% walkable, rollable, complete communities by 2030. As the report states, it's critical to achieving the other big moves. Good, frequent public transit relies on a compact population for ridership, as do grocery stores, other local serving businesses, and local schools. And if we're going to ask people to give up their cars, We need to build communities where you really do not need them, including access to good public transit. So we're looking at big, multifaceted change. It's not enough to build more housing on Broadway and at Jericho. That's not going to get us to 90%. We also do not have unlimited construction capacity to transform every neighborhood in Vancouver in a 3-year span. For these reasons, I do not think that planning recommendations made in 2024, as per the proposed timeline for Big Move 1, should count towards our 2030 goals at all. I've been paying attention to planning and development in Vancouver for a few years now, and my experience is that real change just does not happen that fast. I'm reminded of the Housing Vancouver strategy, where 3 years hence, we still have not achieved the quick recommendations. For example, in my estimation, not a single tenant will be living in a new apartment as a result of C2 rental rezoning within 6 years of when it was recommended. According to CMHC, we have actually been going backwards overall. Apartment starts in 2020 are down 62% compared to 2016. The fact that the planning department suggests 4 more years to come up with recommendations, almost 2 years after Vancouver plan was initiated, is indicative in and of itself of why this timeline is not practical. I strongly urge Council to direct the planning department to report back by 2022 at the latest with recommendations that can be referred to public hearing to substantially achieve the 90% target in Big Move 1. Small adjustments can, of course, be made afterwards, but it's critical to get started in earnest as soon as possible. We also need to realize the status quo is not a solution for the climate or for housing affordability. Lots of detached houses are getting replaced right now, but they're getting replaced with more of the same. In our market system, to the extent that old basement suites are still affordable, they are only affordable because there are better options available on the market. If we want to keep these basement suites affordable, the solution, as with Big Move 1, is to build lots more apartments with rich, walkable amenities. So to summarize, land use policy is the greatest power under the city's control. Waiting until 2024 to start using it to take action on the climate emergency, to me, implies we will almost definitely fail to meet our 2030 targets. Please move up the schedule, and thank you for your consideration.
Thanks so much. Just looking, and I don't see anyone in the queue to ask you questions, so thanks very much for participating, and we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Oliver South.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is not on the line.
Thanks very much. Sorry, I've been following my little cue from you. I've got Laurel Hart, number 62.
Hello.
Hi there.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you. With COVID-19,
sure, go ahead.
smoke-filled skies, and global climate change events now occurring, parents of Vancouver need hope for the future for our children now more than ever. To borrow the words of another local community leader, the antidote to climate anxiety is action. The future of all life on Earth is now dependent on the reduction of GHGs, and we all need to make this happen, starting with where we live. Therefore, I ask you to accept the Climate Emergency Action Plan in its entirety and without delay. My name is Laurel Hart. I'm a BC teacher, and I have a PhD in the areas of art, education, and social justice. I was also recently a researcher at McGill and Simon Fraser Universities, funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. I'm also the mother of a 3-year-old who will be one of the 2.2 billion children in the world who will be inheriting a very uncertain climate future. When my little one was born, like many parents, I woke up to a realization that his future could be horrific if GHGs aren't reduced, climate change slowed down, and its effects mitigated. I feel so passionately about this that as an emerging academic, I decided to put my career on hold and prioritize supporting community-based climate action and assisting other parents who also feel deep concern for their children's safe and healthy futures. This choice already has meant major personal sacrifice for me. In September 2019, I co-founded Babies for Climate Action Vancouver, along with a group of mostly mothers in Kitsilano. In only 1 week, we had 50 members and about 30 families came to the September climate strike. Many more couldn't even get on the buses with their strollers. We are now over 220 members, most of whom are mothers representing their families and extended networks. All of these parents have joined because they want to ensure a safe future for their children, and they want to know what they personally can do to make that happen. This is based on individual parents' answers to our membership questions and discussions with parents. I want to speak briefly to the CEAP as a self-proclaimed car person, particularly when I'm in Vancouver. Previously, I've lived for years in the cities of Montreal, Tokyo, Kyoto, and Copenhagen without a car. I loved each city's livability, being always within walking distance to groceries, shops, green spaces, and culture, and having rapid, reliable transit at my doorstep. By the way, in most of these cities, both rent and transit usually cost about half of that of Vancouver. In a well-designed city, a car can be more of a nuisance than a necessity. What may initially look like sacrifices will indeed become an inheritance of an incredibly healthy, desirable, and livable city worthy of being called world-class. A walkable, more people-friendly green city with fewer cars will also make Vancouver an even more desirable place to live. It'll appeal to highly skilled families looking for a place to settle down. Furthermore, the city's demonstrated awareness of and action on climate change identify it as being safer for young families looking for a city that will take action when climate emergencies will and do occur. Quoting C40, cities consume over 2/3 of the world's energy and amount for more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. Even now, rising sea levels and coastal storms place the world's coastal urban areas, including at Vancouver, at high risk from some of the devastating impacts of climate change. Like many other parents, I'm prepared to make changes if it means a real chance at protecting our world for our children. There is no greater thing we as a society can do than to ensure that life and wellness can continue. The city of Vancouver has long been seen as cutting edge. As a researcher in Japan, I learned from Finnish urban designers of Vancouver's fame and legacy when it decided against placing a highway through the center of the city. We can provide an example yet again for the world to follow. It has to start at home, it needs to start here, and it must start now. We have no time to waste. I and many other parents are stretching ourselves thin, trying to fight for our children's future while also enduring the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we need your help. Personal lifestyle changes are not enough. We need legislation and policy changes created with an equitable lens to lower our GHGs now. I ask that you please support the Climate Emergency Action Plan and put it into place without delay. Our wellness and our children's lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in today and sharing your views. There are no questions from council for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And just checking here with, we've got Gwendol Castellan, speaker number 63.
Hello?
Hi there, please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead up
to
5 minutes.
Mayor. Thank you, councillors and Mayor, for taking the time to hear from such an engaged group of speakers over the previous 2 days and late into the evening. My name is Gwendol Castellan. I'm speaking in my role as the Manager of Sustainable Destination Development at Tourism Vancouver. I would like to thank the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people for the opportunity to live, work, and play on the beautiful shores of the Fraser River and Burrard Inlet. It is in the spirit of this engagement that I'm speaking to you this afternoon. Tourism Vancouver is not quite as old as the City of Vancouver, but our genesis is not far behind, as it was founded in 1903 as the Vancouver Tourist Association. A tourism office shingle can be seen in photographs on Georgia Street held by the Vancouver Archives. The visitor economy has grown alongside the city and changed and adapted with it. The Climate Emergency Action Plan is part of a journey of change and adaptation. And Tourism Vancouver, which is the Convention and Visitor Bureau and an association of over 800 businesses, looks forward to be part of the next steps to continue to invite our business community into the process of engaging and creating workable policies from this plan where we can build a resilient industry for the long term. Let me share some experiences to help express this. In 2013, Tourism Vancouver, in partnership with the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver Economic Commission, created the first tourism master plan for Vancouver that looked to identify the preferred options and pathways for tourism development and inform the impacts of city infrastructure planning on the development of the industry. As part of this plan, Tourism Vancouver committed to supporting the Greenest City Action Plan at the time. Since then, Tourism Vancouver has engaged with member businesses on sustainability and engaged member educational workshops, collaborating with the city and the Vancouver Economic Commission on consultation with businesses and creating opportunities for businesses to be informed and enabled to adapt. For example, we've tracked over 200 businesses that have adopted sustainability certifications, 17 of which have been climate smart, which are now actively measuring and managing their greenhouse gas emissions, including Tourism Vancouver. Last year, we collaborated on engaging tourism facility managers and directors of engineering on policies to manage risk of Legionella outbreaks in the city. This is an unusual connection, but through this engagement, we learned that with warming climate and with longer, hotter summers and the increased use of air conditioning, cooling towers and other decorative water features pose a greater risk of Legionella outbreaks. We worked with city staff to create opportunities to learn from past outbreaks in the region and prepare for initiatives like the cooling tower and decorative water feature registry that will help to manage a response to eventual outbreaks and risks to our reputation. This is just a small example of how we choose to see opportunity in a collaborative response to necessary change. These 6 big moves, we hope, will have direct positive impacts on the future visitor experience in Vancouver and create new opportunities to invite the world to see. For example, in Big Move 1, improvements to create complete walkable neighborhoods will make pedestrian realm and public spaces more inviting and improve capacity to welcome a greater diversity of people to our city. In Big Move 2, creating safe and convenient active transportation and transit will also create new opportunities for visitors to enjoy our city with a lower carbon footprint. And managing carbon emissions and travel are not necessarily at odds. For example, research from New Zealand has found that visitors who include cycling as part of their visit spend on average 35% more in the destination and stay longer. This lingering in the destination can mean less carbon emissions per visitor, spending reaching further into the community with a greater diversity of businesses and greater opportunities for human connections. Big Move 3, 4, and 5 have more direct requirements on tourism-based businesses to adapt their operations over time and meet the goals of the plan. As the city moves towards implementation and considers rolling out the new measures laid out in this plan, we hope to continue to have our industry consulted. The visitor economy is seriously impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic containment measures. Our ask is, as the climate policies and the bylaws and measures that are developed out of this plan, we keep the economic viability and resilience of existing businesses in mind so that we can continue to adapt through these incredibly uncertain times, and that they may be able to recover and contribute to a vibrant place to work, live, and play as we adapt to this climate emergency. You can be sure that we'll be around to share our pride and our love of everything the city has to offer and invite the world to come to see for themselves how we are forging a new low-carbon economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in today, and there are no questions for you. So again, thanks for participating, and I'll move on to the next speaker. We have, just making sure that I'm right here with the clerk. We have Jennifer Leavitt.
Mayor Stewart, that speaker is not on the line. The next speaker is number 67.
Okay. 67, so 65 is Liz McDowell, 66 is Mike Barrett Brian Soren, and 67 is Maureen Sharon.
Sorry to interrupt, number 66 is on the line.
Oh, great. Okay, so we could go to Mike Barrett Brian Soren. That would be great.
Oh, hello there. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Well, good evening, or good afternoon, I guess. So I'll jump right in. I want to raise 2 key points in my comments. First, about the lack of consultation on road allocation and transport pricing in general. And second, on the possibility that councillors will attempt to selectively remove one or more actions in this plan against the clear advice of city staff. So I'll start with the latter point. Earlier this month, I heard staff warn you that delaying or deferring any element of this plan means we cannot hit the targets that you passed in April 2019. So delaying or deferring anything here is like pulling the fire alarm in a burning building, then refusing to follow a firefighter's directions about how to safely evacuate. You, every councillor, declared a climate emergency. And if you do not trust staff or you decide you don't want them to begin a multi-year consultation about changing our transport pricing or road allocation. Well, okay, if you decide that you know better than staff about what to do or have better ideas for preparing the city for climate change, that's fine. I understand the intense political pressure you're under from paid lobbyists funded by U.S. billionaires and wealthy drivers, many outside of the city, who are afraid that their free ride on the taxpayer's dime might be coming to an end. It is the height of climate alarmism, frankly, to add to the worries of children, young people, and vulnerable populations already concerned about COVID and the climate by declaring an emergency, and then to choose not to take action that meets those targets. People believed you when you declared that this was an emergency. I believed you were serious. So, if you take anything out, you need to send staff back to fill those gaps. And I'm specifically asking you that you guarantee me and all Vancouverites that you'll do that. I'm asking you to ensure our city has a work plan that meets the targets you set in April, whether those actions are in the plan as it was presented tonight or with 11th hour changes that you make here by amendment, ironically dismissing the extensive and expensive consultation work already directed by you to be undertaken by staff. Now, if it's the latter, that means they need to dedicate more staff time when COVID and the climate emergency are threatening our community to come up with more urgent actions on your new timeline. That adds more cost and more delay, and what they come back with will be more expensive and less appealing to you than road pricing and reallocation. And so just briefly to finish on consultation. As you know, this work plan had extensive public engagement. And so I want to ask, where was the consultation for our current road system? I mean, business and anti-spending lobbyists have claimed that there isn't enough consultation for this change. Radio personalities and people who don't live here are harping about things that aren't actually happening. But at what point was I consulted about the current road allocation in this city? Private drivers are privileged at the expense of children, transit users, cyclists, people with disabilities, people with immunodeficiencies like me who need social distancing, and people who need housing and parks. 81% of our public streets are dedicated to drivers. 81%. Yet fewer than half of Vancouverites are driving. Most people are walking, cycling, and using transit. But you wouldn't know that from the way people are talking on the radio and what some councillors are saying. You'd think that this is an assault on freedom, justice, and independence. But that has already happened, and nobody consulted me about it. Did I miss it? A person who drives uses 300 times as much public space as a person who walks in our city. I walk. Who consulted me? Where was the consultation that asked me if I was interested in paying to store some family's oversized SUV on public land, or what I felt about transit and Mobi and Lyft congestion having a price, but not drivers driving private vehicles, completely unpriced? For all the talk about equity and fairness and the changes in this plan, there's not nearly enough attention from council about the unfairness of our current road allocation. If you want a consultation, let's have one about the unjust status quo. Frankly, the oversupply and underpricing of privileges for private fossil-burning vehicles is part of why we're even here having a conversation about the climate emergency. So again, please make an amendment to begin consultations on the unfairness, waste, and danger of our current road allocations. And if you choose to reject staff's advice and delay or defer any element of this plan, you must commit to directing staff to fill that gap immediately. You cannot declare an emergency and then knowingly fail to take sufficient responsibility when it's time to act. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. I don't see any questions from council for you, so I'm going to move.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to the next speaker, and let's see, it's speaker number 70, it looks like.
No, 67. Maureen Sharon.
67. Great. Okay, Maureen Sharon. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes. So I guess I'm going to be the one person who provides a different viewpoint. Now, I absolutely agree that the world has a problem. I'm just not convinced myself that the steps in the plan are the ones that are actually going to get us there. And let's have a bit of a history lesson and talk about the law of unintended consequences. In 1853, it was George Bissell wandering around in the fields of Pennsylvania who noticed pools of oil on the ground and thought that the most wonderful thing that he could do was to figure a way how to get the petroleum out of the ground so that he could create kerosene so he could stop the nations killing the whales, which is where oil came from at that point. That man had a grand vision, and he could never have foreseen what's happened within the next 167 years. And I see a lot of the things that are suggested, and so my next biggest problem is that yes, we have a gigantic problem that we've created. The entire modern world actually is built on petroleum, on oil and gas, and we have a real problem because the real solution is actually to leave it in the ground, because unfortunately we don't take a barrel of oil out of the ground and use it 100% for gasoline. In fact, he was looking to get kerosene and other heavy parts of the petroleum out, and the leftover piece was the lighter gasoline. And some innovative people obviously figured out a way to create the internal combustion engine to find a way to use that leftover product. So if we're not going to take the oil out of the ground, which really is frankly the only solution, because if we wanted to keep all the other parts of the modern world going, like all the plastics we have, all the computers we have, all the phones, everything that's made out of plastic, our lifestyle of jetting around the world, unfortunately even the asphalt in the roads, all that stuff goes. Or what do we do when we refine that and we have millions of gallons of gasoline to put where? So we have a huge problem. I just don't think what's outlined there is going to get us there anytime soon. So I am going to bring up another point that I find very disturbing and very unhealthy, and it keeps coming up more and more and more. There does seem to be quite a war developing between people who perceive they have less resources and they perceive people have other resources. And it's very, very disturbing, and it's very, very unhealthy, and I hope that we can have discussions and not continue to bring that up. There have been many conversations made and comments made about 80% of the land base being set aside in Vancouver for single-family housing. And for those that aren't aware, if you go back and read the Bartholomew Plan from 1929, you will find it very much infused with the pandemic from 1918 and 19, and really talks about tenements being bad because guess what? There's disease in tenements, and guess what? Kids are out playing in the streets, and this isn't good for them. And, you know, I guess it seemed like a wonderful thing at the time to set aside, you know, kind of single-family zoning so that people could have, you know, kind of their own little family and they could stay tight and the kids would play in the street. So, but I really do hope that we don't get into this assumption that people that own something actually have a lot of money. So there's a lot of people that own houses that are on fixed income that just don't have that kind of extra cash to kind of put on things. There's also a lot of people with families that are in the same boat. But where really this might have unintended consequences is there's a lot of single family homes that are rented either fully to people or in tenant suites. And I can only imagine that if the costs that are suggested in the report are downloaded onto these houses, that it's going to end up affecting the renter, who is just going to have to pay more to rent, and I don't think we want that. Now, another point I have is I had the opportunity in the last couple of weeks.
I just want to stop you there. I'm sorry, you've hit your 5-minute limit, but I do want to very much appreciate you calling in. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova, though. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your comments. I just wondered your opinion. You had mentioned some of the rental housing stock, and this is the question that I'd ask staff, and I'll be asking it again in follow-up just if there's any more information. That's some of the most affordable rental, not just whole homes, but also basement suites or suites in homes. Do you have concern that, you know, homeowners may choose to no longer keep those suites on the rental market or in fact may, make modifications and then increase the rent after evicting someone. If this indeed, do you see that as an unintended consequence if this is to pass as stated right now?
I have a problem that that the additional costs will be downloaded onto renters, and one doesn't, kind of through normal turnover, I can see the rents going up. If families don't have the money, they're not going to spend it, right? And they're going to charge more for their basement suites. I have a friend who rents a full-size house, and she then sublets kind of the rooms, and she's a strong environmentalist. And she goes out and spends the money when she has to move from one place to the next to get, kind of storm windows with her own money to put on them so that she's kind of helping the climate, and she is then reducing her heating costs. And she said to me, Maureen, nobody that rents is interested in spending money. Sorry, the landlord is not interested in spending money. We pay for it. If I want to do that, I have to pay for it. So I can see that landlords would pass the costs along. That's not a good thing.
If it comes down to landlords having to make changes to their heating systems or other systems, and they'd have to do that to renew a license in their home to have a rental suite, could you just see them saying, I would no longer want a rental suite in my home?
Some of them might. We have to be very, very careful in this plan for the unintended consequences.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay.
Thanks. And that's it for questions. Thank you very much for calling in today and participating. I'm going to move to our next speaker. Clerks are letting me know that it's speaker number 70, William Demopoulos.
Hi, I'm very pleased to have council hear me, and want to laud you for taking input from so many members of the community on climate change. It's a lot of work for council, and it's much appreciated. Clearly, the vast majority of BC residents feel that climate change has reached crisis proportions, and we need every good mind available on the challenge. My name is William Demopoulos. I'm a sustainability professional and an experienced energy manager. I cut my environmental teeth, so to speak, in transportation planning back in 1996, while I was simultaneously completing an MBA. To provide my professional background, that was just a means of asserting that I consider the dual goals of both protecting the environment and protecting the economy before making the following further comments. In my professional opinion, the proposed plan is truly an excellent one and can bring Vancouver's leadership not just to local, regional attention, but to international attention. But certainly all BC municipalities who are already also working on this problem are watching your leadership, and many will follow where you lead. In particular, I want to draw attention to some staff recommendations in the report lettered N, O, P, and Q. These are very important to making progress on building emissions, where the lion's share of our emissions lie. About 60% of the city's emissions are a result of heating our buildings and operating the ventilation systems, et cetera, that are within those buildings. Item P is especially important. It might enable private sector action and private sector finance to mobilize the green economy. Some form of on-bill financing through something similar to PACE. It's essential to separate the duration of ownership from the building retrofit and the lifespan of that building. So a building owner who expects to hold a building for 5 to 10 years has to be given some means or a mechanism of economic flexibility to transfer the later years of investment costs and returns to the next owner. And that's only possible with some sort of on-bill financing like that. Without it, many owners will be prevented from doing fundamental changes such as low carbon cost reductions, like boiler retrofits or electrification. This financing depends on lenders being able to reliably attach loans to assets and not to the individual borrowers. And that's what the PACE system really makes possible with the guidance of staff and appropriate measures. However, I would like to caution council in saying that the U.S. experience has shown that PACE alone is insufficient to accelerate investments to the levels that we require to hit the targets that we've put forward for the city and for global climate change goals in general. And staff have taken a few great strides towards improving that by adding items N, O, and Q, which will help to target emissions interventions in existing building stock and compel some change. The experience in the U.S. Was not as rapid as one would have expected. PACE failed to meet those U.S. expectations, and that's predominantly because the bottleneck isn't really the financing, but the barriers faced by the borrowers. So, you know, I'm as a building owner, I wouldn't be inclined to finance things if I wasn't holding that building for the duration of the benefits and the life of that particular asset improvement. So staff should be encouraged to expand their plans and to actually embrace an integrated environment, allowing building owners to follow some sort of a well-defined ramp from energy monitoring through to finance and deep building retrofit without having to put those debts on their personal or corporate balance sheets and to leave those attached to that asset. This is only one way to accelerate the renovation investments required by the requisite 50 times the historical rate of the U.S. PACE experience. And I'm encouraged that staff is looking at these additional measures and hope that you'll recognize that this is really a demonstration of why a bundle of policy measures approach is needed to address the climate emergency. And I would encourage council to revisit Appendix J, which supports this approach for buildings to be addressed in a holistic way, and that I find that appendix to be very factually accurate and quite compelling in my professional
opinion. Thanks so much for your comments. That's the end of your time, and I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much for participating today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking at the clerk's queue here. And clerks, do we have caller number 69?
Mayor Stewart, yes, we do.
Okay, caller number 69 is Elizabeth Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart. I just wanted to confirm that I am speaking for the Character House Network, so I'll have 5 minutes. Is that correct?
You have 5 minutes. Yes, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. So the Character House Network is pleased to see that the city is prioritizing climate action. However, there are a number of areas where this plan will in fact increase our ecological footprint. Although the embodied carbon of new building materials is being considered in this plan, it should be noted that the most energy efficient buildings using passive house systems are entirely based on air tightness without any consideration
Mr.
of
Mayor,
embodied...
it's very hard for me, a point of a procedure, it's very hard for me to hear the speaker.
Okay, thanks. I could ask the speaker to speak more directly into your microphone, into your handset.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
That's a little better. Yeah, thanks so much.
Oh, okay. I don't know what I was doing differently. I was just speaking into the phone. Can you reset my time, please?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so should I just start again?
Sure, whatever you like. You've got your 5 minutes.
Okay, so you're giving me a full 5 minutes starting now.
Indeed. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the Character House Network is pleased to see that the city is prioritizing climate action. However, there are a number of areas where this plan will in fact increase our ecological footprint. Although the embodied carbon of new building materials is being considered in this plan, it should be noted that the most energy efficient buildings using passive house systems are entirely based on air tightness without any consideration of embodied energy. They use 2 to 3 times as much materials as conventional construction, requiring more impacts on the environment by logging, mining, manufacturing, and transportation. And they have more complex mechanical systems to deal with air tightness. It is a promising but evolving technology. What is completely missing in this report is any consideration of embodied carbon savings in existing buildings and how adaptive reuse of existing buildings has a major role to play in reducing our ecological footprint. Large-scale redevelopment creates a heat island effect that increases our environmental impact. So priority should be to manage growth rather than promote growth. We have a petition of over 9,500 with Vancouver Vanish's Facebook of over 13,000 likes. This shows public support for heritage and character house retention. They are made of the finest quality, first growth, Douglas fir and cedar forests and have the resiliency to last hundreds of years with enormous amounts of embodied energy that should be retained. Demolition of these buildings are the equivalent to clear-cutting old-growth forests. They currently are being put through the chipper into the huge piles along Kent Avenue to be burned as biofuel. Adaptive reuse of character and heritage buildings should be a priority in any climate action plan. Embodied energy should be considered and offset against energy efficiency requirements. Through adaptive reuse, they can be converted into multiple units and infill that house more people while retaining the character of neighborhoods and would help to achieve the goal of complete neighborhoods close to transit and services. In order to make this achievable, it requires practical application of zoning and code requirements to make renovation easier and more attractive for homeowners and builders. Conversion to low-emission heating and hot water with retention can successfully meet energy efficiency goals with less embodied energy than new construction, but this should be incentivized and be flexibly applied to avoid unreasonable hardship that would incentivize demolition. The current proposals need revisions to make this a priority, and we would appreciate being part of that process. Also, removing parking minimums to new residential construction is a huge giveaway to developers, with the cost being offloaded onto the tenants and residents of the new buildings and the surrounding areas. This creates congestion and will delay the transition to electric vehicles. Developers should provide parking for their units on site with some flexibility on smaller scale retention projects where it is not feasible, and of course allowing for flexibility to relax zoning bylaws where they provide a public benefit. Electric vehicle infrastructure needs on-site parking to allow for charging. Electrifying the bus system should be prioritized and expanded with more service. Consider embodied energy of transit, such as concrete in subways and SkyTrain. Mobility pricing should be in the form of an easier-to-implement mileage charge rather than tracking individuals' movements or penalizing certain districts. Please refer this report back to staff for more public and stakeholder consultation, such as with our group, to address these issues. There are many options. This 371-page report was only provided for public consideration a few days before it came to Council. Most people have not been able to read and respond to this proposal, and it needs more consideration. We need to ensure that the right balance is achieved for climate action that is practical in how it is applied, so that it is sustainable over time while actually reducing our ecological footprint to avoid penalizing lower income people. We need to reduce, reuse, and recycle as a priority. Make people part of the planning process. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You have questions, Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Murphy. Appreciate you speaking today, and also on behalf of the Character House Network, and acknowledging that it is a big report, and there may have not been a lot of time to really digest everything that's in there. You've brought up a lot of stuff, so I'll just focus on a few of them. Number one, the retention of character homes. As I've read through this, and we've asked questions to staff, it does not appear to be especially onerous, because given the time frame of this, number one, there'll be a 1 year further consultation on how we actually implement this, but a lot of the planning around this, as I'm sure you read, talks about looking at a lot of systems at the end of their lifespan. So, 20 years from now, when your furnace gives out, replacing it with something that's zero emission. Did you catch that in the report?
Yes, I think the issue is that they're talking about only within in a couple years they would be starting to do the requirements for annual testing, which of course most older character houses, unless they've had some additional work to it, will not necessarily perform well in terms of air tightness. And then they're talking about fees that could be related to not having met those targets, and upgrades that would be required.
As you look at the plan, there is the opportunity to work with the community and to ensure that we are retaining these homes, and things like air tightness are not bad achievements. But I just want to quickly, because I don't have a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. But anyways, I just don't think that there's enough in here that fairly addresses the concerns and also acknowledges the benefits of retention and also to make it easier to do that.
Sure, but you do acknowledge that the staff are coming back, and there is going to be more consultation, and I'm assuming then the Character House Network would be willing to work with our staff to ensure that we are putting those priorities in over the next year.
Well, I would hope that would be the case. Unfortunately, we weren't consulted as part of this initial earlier process, so I am concerned that retention is not a focus on this in
speaking to staff, I know that
initiative.
It is. I'm sure they'll be reaching out to you after this, but I'm out of time.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Over to Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Murphy, for calling in. I just was hoping you could expand a little bit on the considerations specifically around the staff recommendations around retrofitting both space heating, water systems in homes, and the impact for retention of character homes. Because like you, I didn't see that addressed reasonably within the report and the recommendations. And so I would just like you to expand on your concerns, but also specifically what you see as the solutions to addressing that, in addition to consultation, which you've already identified.
Thank you for the question. And I think the main concerns are around the existing building retrofits that are listed under the recommendations for NO, P, and Q is kind of the section that refers to that, and all under the Appendix J. And I think that the main concern is that there seems to be in general, throughout this report, much more of a bias towards new construction than to renovation and retention, and that actually is a bias that exists throughout the the city in general. And this is not recent. This has always been the case, and that's why our existing bylaws, such as building bylaws, tend to be more biased towards it. And even with the recent changes in the bylaws, there's a process that is underway. We haven't gotten much headway on. Is addressing the impacts on character and heritage houses and how that can be adapted. So I think that there's much more in terms of consideration in when they're doing the evaluations. For one thing, there is no consideration when they're doing their analysis of the embodied carbon within existing buildings, and that's not part of how they calculate the impacts and when they do their assessments. And I think that needs to be part of the equation. So it's what you're saving in carbon by not demolishing and by reusing the buildings. That should be part of the equation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor
Thank you.
Kirby-Young. Up to 5.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to pick up on Councillor Dominato's questions. And earlier, Ms. Murphy, I had posed a question to staff and asked about for detached home retrofits, how do we sort of guard against retention of existing detached homes as well as character homes? And the response that I received, and this is the question I'd like to ask you, sort of spoke to the fact that just trying to paraphrase here quickly. There are currently significant, there will be incentives offered by the BC government and the City of Vancouver that can reduce costs by up to 80%. And the BC government are also offering zero interest loans for these investments as another option for homeowners. The answer from staff further goes on to say that if SEEP is approved by Council, further research and consultation will take place in 2021, as referenced by Councillor Fry, to look at deferment and exemption options for those who can't afford to pay for upgrades, even with incentives, prior to bringing back the report to Council for their consideration. And I'm wondering if you have comments on that as it relates to sort of protections and considerations around single-family homes and character houses.
Well, I think that all of those things that are being proposed are could be helpful, and they should be pursued. However, for many people, that may not be, in fact, practical because it still is additional cost, and for some, having low interest loans, well, if they already are carrying a big mortgage, that may not actually be an option for them. And many people don't qualify to defer their taxes, and so they would still be paying these costs outright. So it all adds up, is what I'm trying to say. So these are all helpful, but there's also just the practicality of doing conversions of a whole different system. Like if your house is heated and using hot water through through gas, it takes quite a lot in some cases to convert that to electric. In some cases, it may be relatively doable if they have a forced air furnace that they can convert. It still may cost a lot of money. But others may have more complicated systems, and it may not be as easy to do. So I think we need to be flexible in how this is applied, also flexible in how we do our analysis and how we do our reporting and benchmarking, and what kinds of things we would be including when we do those calculations. So I think this is the problem. Sorry.
Yeah, my time, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for your participation today. I don't see any other questions from councillors, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you. We have Catherine Zoe Eng.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. If you could just speak directly into your mouthpiece, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Is this okay?
Yep, seems good. Go right ahead.
Hello, councillors and Mayor Stewart. My name is Zoe Ing. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in favor of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I moved to Vancouver from California when I was 8 years old. Around the time I was leaving, wildfires were raging throughout my hometown. My friends, neighbors, and classmates were forced to relocate because the fires were getting too close to them. Fires which were burning the valleys that I could see from my front porch, burning the houses that I walked by every day. At age 9, I had my first experience of climate anxiety. And the worst part is that the wildfires that Californians face now on a yearly basis aren't even close to the devastation of climate change happening in other countries. As I'm sure all of you know, year after year, there are back-to-back climate catastrophes happening around the world. Thousands of people across the world are facing the repercussions of climate change as we speak, and it's only going to deteriorate from here. This summer, Vancouver was choked with smoke, not only worsening the conditions of folks with predisposed respiratory issues, but also harmed the many people who don't have anywhere where they can shelter inside from the smoke or extreme weather. If we continue to stall climate action, we will see an upturn in natural disasters that will not only wreak havoc on our economy, but will also destroy human lives. Now, more than ever, we desperately need a bold climate action plan to guide us through this crisis. Vancouver's action plan could be this catalyst for cities across the country to invest in green, equitable, stable, and economically viable futures. Like most people my age, I've grown up expecting the inevitability of climate change. For a while, I let go of my hope that governments across the world would wake up and finally address the climate crisis. That is until a year ago when we saw a mass mobilization of young people across the world demanding that our governments address the climate crisis. Concurrently, you declared a climate emergency and voted on your initial 6 big moves. I finally have hope for a green and equitable future again. I have faith that all of you councillors will hold yourself accountable to your declaration of the climate emergency and vote to pass the climate emergency plan in full. Know that it is not only the countless speakers that you have heard from today who are in support of this plan. Vancouver's eyes are on you, apprehensively waiting for your verdict. Last year, 150,000 young people flooded our city streets to demand climate action. And although this couldn't be repeated this year due to COVID-19, each and every one of those youth were there so you can see how much bold climate action matters to us. Even right now, people are showing their support through social media, emails, and by hosting watch parties. I was fortunate to also be involved with some of the climate emergency action plan meetings, including those about building decarbonization or the amplifier meetings. I have personally spoken with numerous stakeholders who are united by their admiration for this plan and its consideration for disadvantaged people in Vancouver, and in consideration for all of them. Clean BC combined with the Climate Emergency Action Plan will only just get us to our 2030 emission targets, which City Council has identified as absolutely necessary to avoid climate catastrophe. If any part of this action plan is watered down, if any timelines are extended, the emission targets that you have all set will become impossible to meet. This vote is crucial for the livelihood of Vancouver. We are watching your every move. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for signing up to speak. I'm just wondering, some of the comments that we've heard on this plan include that it's asking for too much too quickly, and I'm wondering if you have any comments about the speed or amount of change that the plan proposes on climate.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Boyle. As I have mentioned, only with the Vancouver Climate Emergency Action Plan and Clean BC, we will meet our 2030 emission targets. If we water it down, if we do any less progressive policies, we will not meet our emission targets. As well, in the past, governments have not been taking active climate action because of so many excuses, because they don't have enough money, they don't have enough time, they don't have enough resources, and whatever excuses that we continue to make, it will just continue to go on, and we will never be at the point where we are actually addressing the climate crisis.
Thanks for that. My second question is another area of concern we've heard about the plan is about the cost of it, and I'm sure as a young person you are aware of the affordability challenges in the city, and so I'm wondering if you have a comment on the price tag of this plan and now, or the price tag of not doing this plan later, I guess.
Yes, thank you. I think, as we all know, climate reparations after a climate catastrophe is much more expensive than prevention. For example, in Haiti, they're still recovering from the earthquake and hurricane from like 4 years ago and 10 years ago, and because of financial issues. As well, adaptation strategies. I know we're taking adaptation strategies near the Fraser River, near Science World, which is also expensive. Whatever happens, the amount of money that we're spending now, we're going to be saving for the future. If we don't spend this money now, we'll end up spending more in the future, as well as costing our society detrimental effects.
Great, thank you for that. Those were all of my questions, so just thanks again for making the time to sign up and speak.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions for you. I really appreciate you phoning in today, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. And I've got Dr. Stephen Shepard, who's next, and I believe Dr. Shepard has a presentation.
Thank you. Hoping you can see my slides.
I'll just have the clerk, just before I start your clock there, I'll just see if the clerks have the slides up. They were sent to council already, I'm informed. I just see myself on the screen at the moment, so perhaps clerks could pull up the slides. There we go. Okay, so slides are up. And
okay,
if you want to go ahead, I'll start your clock up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to express support for the action plan. My name is Stephen Shepard. I'm a professor at UBC. I direct the Collaborative Advanced Landscape Planning, which is a community-based research group. I'm also a Vancouver resident. And the first slide shows that we certainly support this bold plan and the bold moves. And I just wanted to touch on really only 2 or 3 items from this very thorough report. And some of those would suggest some ways to strengthen it, and perhaps most importantly, to build public support around the Climate Emergency Action Plan. If we go to the next slide, we certainly feel that the bold moves are necessary, and we really sort of believe it is now or never. We think that the goal of cutting our carbon footprints in half by 2030 is not only necessary, but it is potentially a rallying cry. This is something that people can get. It gives them a tangible target, which in British Columbia, sadly, people are not carrying around in their heads at the moment, these kind of goals. So we think it is a goal for collective action. If you can just click on one more, we'll see 3 more bullets for key challenges. And these really, sorry, I just have to catch up here myself. These are really about important things that are going to be tough for some people to accept: retrofit regulations, getting off natural gas, taking back road space. These are important moves. They bring benefits, but also obviously potential for pushback. Go to the next slide. Some ways that we think that the seat could be further strengthened. First one really has to do with the linkage to climate change adaptation. The public sees the climate emergency, we think, at least in part, as what this is going to do to me. So the impact side of things and the benefits potentially of adapting, of building resilience, health benefits. I think because there's such a focus on carbon, which is entirely understandable, but it leaves out that connection. And I know that the city is doing great work on adaptation and resilience, but to lose that part of the messaging, I think would be a weakness that can easily be addressed, I think, in the report. The second bullet really addresses a particular aspect of, I think that's move 2 on active transportation. The report is largely silent on the role of green infrastructure, not just in meeting multiple objectives around the climate emergency, but as a major motivator for active transportation. There's a lot of research about people wishing to choose green corridors, for example, partly because they're going to be a lot cooler and nicer place to travel in increasingly hot summers, for example. So we'd urge you to think about that connection and playing that up a bit more. And lastly, and this is the main point, I think, of the next couple of slides, the report is largely silent on community engagement and the strategy. What's the roadmap for mobilizing people at scale? This is perhaps something that deserves to be a move on its own, or at least a large concerted effort. And if you go to the next slide, I think the argument for that, you should see a map with the 3,000 plus blocks of the sort of low to medium density neighborhoods. Basically, half of those blocks have to be carbon zero in 10 years' time. In other words, all the people that live in every block have to cut by half their carbon footprint. That's an extraordinarily large scale that's required, and it's going to need a lot of policy support and mechanisms to scale up climate action, both from the top down, which is well handled here, but the bottom up is going to be necessary too. If you go to the next slide, it's about how do we mobilize Vancouverites to do this at such a sort of scale. And these are just a few of the ideas that have been proven in research, both locally and in many other places, about needing some place-based activity. It doesn't have to be all the negative stuff. It can be about fun, practical things that people can do, and have to be visible and tangible to people. And
Thanks
one
very
more
much.
click.
Okay. You do have, that is 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Carr and Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shepard, for being here and for all the work you're doing. And I do understand that you have some experience in terms of community engagement, mobilizing, education. Can you describe to me what you think would be positive approaches to that within Vancouver to basically get people on board to not only support the city moves, that would be nice, but basically in their own spheres of influence?
Yes, I think it boils down to 3 or 4 key things. It needs some sustained organization of grassroots efforts. So some organizing, proactive way to support and activate people locally. And those could be things, we've suggested this in the past, things like competitions that we call them the coolest hood contest, or friendly competition between neighborhoods, between regions, between different sort of community hubs. And another part of it, I think, is to leverage the existing networks. So if you go back later and look at this, there's a slide in there around some of the work that's been done with community centers, the existing community centers like Killarney and Trout Lake, where we've actually been able to put on local climate action training programs for local champions. I think that arguably Vancouver is the first place in the world to have done that. And that's working with Park Board, etc. And so I think there are mechanisms to engage people. People are interested. People show up. Even during COVID, they showed up. And there's some hunger to do something practical and positive. And I think there are ways to tap into those kinds of local, interests.
And could you just give me a couple of examples out of the sort of trials or I guess first phase of these Killarney, for example, Trout Lake? I mean, what happened amongst the residents there that actually tangibly led to GHG reductions?
Sure. Okay. There have been a few examples in Vancouver. The Green Block process led to some fairly significant emission reductions in things like natural gas usage, car usage, etc., reducing footprints. We have found through a process that we piloted with Killarney last year in the Coolhood Champs process that we were able to get people to plant trees, to organize a local neighborhood, some meetings, do a lot of social media around their neighborhoods. And this was done through really a series of 2 or 3, partly online, partly in-person workshops. With
I'm just going to have to stop you there. We're at the 3 minutes, but you do have another question from Councillor Dominato. Okay. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead. Oh, you're on mute.
Thanks, Dr. Shepherd. Sorry for that. I was on mute. I wanted to follow up on your slides around social mobilization, because I think it's a really important conversation, and I would agree that it is lacking in this report. But I'm curious if there's an opportunity to be having that dialogue with the public and engagement and talking about incentives and how we incent some changes in terms of behavior and what that might look like from your perspective.
Yeah, I think there are incentives because you've got, for example, organizations and networks, and again, think of community centers here, but it could apply to libraries, schools, various kinds of local hubs, who are sort of struggling to engage people in some ways because of COVID. And I think there's an opportunity using people's skills with Zoom and other kind of social media to bring people together. And I think that's if there's an organized system and some training materials and a local network that will support those champions once they're up and running and engaging other people. We use a tool called the Citizens Toolkit, but there are other examples in schools, etc., that provide do-it-yourself sort of practical actions on both climate mitigation and adaptation. So we think there are incentives through social incentives, and in some cases you can realize significant cost savings through bulk, collective action, like multiple retrofitting, heat pumps for the entire neighborhood rather than home by home. A lot of it happens individually, and we think the collective action is more attractive to people, and they're more likely to get involved.
Great. Thank you very much, and thanks for calling in today.
Thanks, and that's it for questions. Really appreciate you phoning in. Council, we're just at 4:28, and I'm just checking with the clerks here about our next speaker. Great, so we have speaker number 16, I believe. Speaker number 16 is Melissa Lem.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can do, and up to 5 minutes, please.
Great. Hi, hi, Mayor Stewart and Council. I'm Dr. Melissa Lem. I'm a Vancouver family doctor and a clinical assistant professor at UBC and board member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, or CAPE. And I want to start off by thanking city staff for the vision and work that you've put into this plan and all my healthcare colleagues who've spoken before me. In case you didn't know, CAPE is a national doctor-directed nonprofit of almost 5,000 members whose mission is to better human health by protecting the planet. And on behalf of the BC chapter of CAPE, I am asking that City Council pass and fund the entire Climate Emergency Action Plan. This is especially important for me as a physician and as a mother, because if we fail to pass every measure, if we collectively follow a middle-of-the-road pathway that cuts our carbon emissions in half by mid-century instead of 2030, by 2050, when my 6-year-old son is my age, we will already see warming of 2.5 degrees, double the number of days over 25 degrees, and $32.7 billion worth of flooding damage in the Lower Mainland. So this is why we have to take decisive action now, because a $500 million investment today pales in comparison to the billions of dollars in health and economic costs we will see within many of our lifetimes. As we've already heard, over half of Vancouver's climate pollution comes from natural gas that heats our buildings. CAPE actually launched a campaign last month called Switch It Up BC that asks homeowners to choose non-polluting electric systems for heating and cooking when they're up for replacement. Not only will this reduce outdoor climate pollution, but it will also reduce indoor air pollution that worsens the health of vulnerable people like children with asthma. So know that you have strong supporters in the health community for action on natural gas. Not only that, but we're also harming the health of our neighbors to the north by using natural gas. You might not know that over 85% of natural gas in our province comes from hydraulic fracturing, or fracking, in the northeastern Peace region of BC. So really, we should be calling natural gas fracked gas. So just to quickly explain, fracking involves millions of liters of water, sand, and toxic chemicals being injected into deep wells, cracking the earth to release gas deposits and polluting the land, water, and air and causing earthquakes. We at CAPE have spoken with farmers, doctors, and parents in the north who told us about disruptive flaring that wakes them up at all hours of the night, dried up water supplies, increased rates of fatal brain cancers and lung disease, and families moving away from their communities because they're afraid about the health impacts on their kids. I really appreciate the Climate Emergency Action Plan's focus on ensuring equity in its policies for all residents of Vancouver, and in the same way, to create a healthy environment for everyone in BC, we have to stop burning fracked gas. Introducing transport pricing is also an integral part of the plan that makes us healthier. By pricing street parking and vehicle trips into the downtown core fairly, we are incentivizing and funding a crucial shift towards active transport, public transit, and walkability that will clear our air and improve our health. And in fact, research shows that cycle commuters lower their overall risk of death, heart disease, and cancer by almost 50%. And finally, I am fully behind Big Move 6 in 2021 that focuses on restoring natural ecosystems, because increasing our access to green space has a huge range of benefits for mental and physical health, which are even more important as we adapt to climate change. As someone who tries to motivate people to choose a healthier path every day in my office, I know that change that involves immediate costs and challenges, even when it's based on the best evidence, can be difficult and scary. But this is our once-in-a-generation chance to do the right thing together. In 2050, I want to be able to tell my patients and my son that we did everything that we could to guarantee their right to a healthy present and future. So on behalf of CAPE BC, I'm asking that you stand up for the health of Vancouver and its people and fully pass and fund the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I see us as healthcare workers and city councillors as colleagues who work together to protect the health and well-being of people living in Canada's best and most beautiful city and beyond, and I know that we can get this done together. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so just really want to thank you for coming in this evening and presenting. Councillors, I do hear folks kind of breathing in the background, so if you just want to double check that you're on mute, that would be great. And now, Council, we're going to go to our next speaker, who is 32, I believe. And speaker number 32 is Maddie Stoyan.
Yeah, hi there. Can you hear me?
Can do. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Stewart and other members of the council for having me. My name is Matej Stoyan, and I'm a resident physician living in East Vancouver. I hope to work as an emergency doctor in the Metro Vancouver area when I'm done my training, and I have a special interest in the intersection of public health and climate change. When I was 17, I moved here from Calgary to go to school at UBC, and I fell in love with this city, and I'm so excited to see the city taking steps to combat the climate crisis. I'm asking the council to adopt, implement, and fund the plan as a whole without amendment. Since the COVID pandemic hit, Vancouverites have shown by and large that we are willing to come together to get through this pandemic. As a city, we were willing to swallow a financial hit in order to save the lives of our most vulnerable. Provincially, the BC government, much of it elected by Vancouverites, has devoted over $8 billion and counting to the COVID response. Fortunately, through early action, we curbed much of the first wave of the pandemic. The climate emergency, on the other hand, hasn't been met with a similar response. But similar to how we track COVID cases, we are able to quantify deaths due to climate change, and these make it clear the crisis has already arrived. It is estimated that annually there are 150,000 deaths that can be attributed to climate change already. The WHO estimates this number to increase to 250,000 by 2030, given our current trajectory. In Canada, research shows if we hit our climate targets, we will prevent between 5,000 and 10,000 premature deaths per year by 2050. These stats worry me. I worry that in 20 years, I'll be working in an emergency department and I'll be overwhelmed by patients struggling to breathe due to asthma exacerbations from forest fires. I worry that heat waves and droughts will lead to patients coming into the hospital due to heat strokes and dehydration. If we follow this path, a surge in climate refugees will similarly overwhelm our existing housing crisis, and emergency departments will bear the burden of this influx. On top of all of this, I worry I'll still be seeing patients in critical condition from motor vehicle collisions weekly. Alternatively, I hope we act now to respond to the emergency, and this plan is a crucial step in the necessary response. I will briefly focus on the congestion pricing aspect of this plan. Now, more than ever, we need the city to use concrete policy like congestion pricing to discourage driving, as COVID has significantly reduced the use of transit in Vancouver. We know that after the SARS pandemic in China, driving rates went up and never went back down. If we are not careful now, we will have even worse congestion than pre-COVID as people return to their workplaces. People will be spending so much time on the iron workers that they might as well set up camp there. Not only has congestion pricing been shown to work, it is often the most effective solution to reduce driving. I support improvements to public transit and free fare for public transit, as these are important equitable policies for helping our vulnerable populations, but we need congestion pricing to fill in the gaps, and the onus is on municipal governments to lead on transportation, an area municipal governments have authority over. When and where it has been tested, congestion pricing has already been shown to reduce air pollution, which in turn reduces asthma exacerbations. Congestion pricing properly accounts for the costs of motor vehicles by accounting for noise pollution, motor vehicle accidents, and carbon emissions. This minor inconvenience for drivers will result in safer streets for cyclists and pedestrians. Our city will be quieter, our air will be cleaner, and our population will be happier. In January, the council voted to declare a climate emergency. This was, in my opinion, an important move, but let's be honest, it was the easiest step in the process. Now the council has a chance to actually put in a plan to address the emergency. I focused on just congestion pricing, but top to bottom, this plan takes action that will lead to a healthier Vancouver. I once again ask that we adopt, implement, and fund this plan. It will save many dollars and, more importantly, many lives in the long run. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you so much for presenting today. There are no questions for you, but thanks so much for participating. Council, going to move on to the next speaker, who we have Dave Ramsley.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident business owner and volunteer much of my time to.
You do seem to be fading in and out a little bit. If you could just move a little closer to your mic, that would be great.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
That's good. Yep, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm appearing here today in my professional capacity in my day job as Vice President of Innovation and Sustainability with Concert Properties. Concert Properties is one of Canada's largest developer of assured rental housing. In the city of Vancouver alone, we operate thousands of rental housing units, many of them affordable, in partnership with the city of Vancouver itself and BC Housing. At the risk of being one of those people who speaks as much about himself and as the matter at hand in front of council, just a bit about my background. I've worked for about 20 years in the area of climate planning and green buildings. About 10 of those years were spent with the city of Vancouver itself. And after I left the city of Vancouver, I worked internationally as a consultant in the area of climate change planning and green building policy, from Melbourne to London to Boulder, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and Seattle, and Toronto, and actually even back to Vancouver. And I only say this not as a warning that I'm a policy wonk and probably not somebody you want to sit next to at a dinner party when we have dinner parties, but to say that it's with this context that I view this plan. And on behalf of both myself and Concert Properties, I want to congratulate staff and council for this vision for plan, because in its international context, compared to other strategies globally, And in comparison to the what's going to be required to meet this moment and what is the defining moment or challenge of our times, it's both strategic and measured. It's creative, and it addresses the issues in a way that will have the best outcomes and the most impact. So for that, staff and council are to be applauded. As a builder and developer and property owner within the City of Vancouver, specifically, we'd like to speak in support of items O and Q related to emissions reporting and benchmarking and zero emissions building retrofits. At Concert, we are already undertaking many of these initiatives. We've benchmarked our entire portfolio and report nationally on our energy and emissions voluntarily. We are developing zero carbon buildings. We have them in design right now, and we have a mandate corporately that we've committed to developing only zero carbon buildings from 2026 forward. In addition to this, we are renovating our existing rental stock. We have plans right now within the City of Vancouver to undertake a decarbonization retrofit that will lower the emissions of one of our rental buildings by approximately 60%, while also improving the livability, health, and resiliency of that asset. And finally, we're looking at embodied emissions. We now actually measure the embodied emissions on all of our new projects in order to better understand how the materiality and construction impacts the climate as well. In closing, my only advice to council would be to dispel a myth, and that would be that industry abhors regulation. That's not true. I would say industry only abhors regulation when it's overly complex, when it's unjustly or inequitably applied, or when it's unpredictable. So, the City of Vancouver has been a model in terms of implementing predictable climate policy. The Zero Emissions Building Plan is a great example of this. And that plan itself has been catalytic in terms of transforming our approach to developing zero carbon buildings. For example, we now just don't develop green buildings as one-offs, but we look at them as opportunities to learn and innovate and lower our costs in order to meet the climate goals of the future. I'm reminded of the quote of urban theorist Max Bloch, who says, "A city is not about one singular challenge or one singular struggle, but rather the collision of innumerable conflicting trade-offs." And, the way you solve that is through good leadership and good process. And I think this plan lays out good leadership, and we look forward to being a good partner in the good process to follow. Thanks very much.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, and thanks for waiting for your turn to speak. I'm curious to hear, one of the concerns we've heard about the plan is that Vancouver is so small relative to the global scale of climate change that anything we do here doesn't really matter in the larger crisis. And I'm wondering, in your professional experience working as a builder, if you can speak to any impacts you see of changes in Vancouver that sort of ripple out to other locations.
Absolutely. When I was consulting with other cities, people regularly looked at the City of Vancouver for the work that was able to be done on earlier versions of the rezoning policy, for example, and the way that the city was able to, leverage rezoning discussions to achieve higher performance in buildings that were trying to achieve, greater zoning flexibility, for example. I've spoken, so much in throughout my career about the Vancouver Olympic Village. It was the first place that, there was a green roofs mandate on residential buildings in North America. It was the first place in Canada where we had electric vehicle charging requirements. It was the first place where we traded off parking requirements for co-op and car share vehicles. It was the place where we looked first aggressively as a city at lowering our parking standards because it was closer to bicycle infrastructure and transit. So, I would say that it's not only, the city's leadership and policy that other cities look to and then replicate, but, it's also, these big catalytic projects that actually enable other cities to take action and other governments to take action as well, too.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And quickly, my other question is just, is your sense that we're trying to do too much too quickly here, or within the scale of the crisis that this is a doable plan for Vancouver?
Yeah, I think if you look at, a lot of people talk about science-based targets, right? And that we need to have targets that reflect the climate science. And I think it's fine to have climate-based or science-based targets, but they're meaningless without science-based policy. And what I mean by that is, are we developing policy that is going to deliver the outcomes and results that allow us to meet those targets? And I would say that, looking at this, yes, it's ambitious, but, I really don't think that there's a lot of buffer, right? I mean, in many cases, unfortunately, it's bad news, but it might already be too late to solve the worst impacts of climate change. But, this is, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I don't think that this is too ambitious. And the world is going to change whether we like it or not. And we can choose to take action to try to address it or not. And,
Thanks so much.
We only have 9 years left.
That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, Council. That's it for questions, sir. So thank you very much for phoning in today. We have, I think our last speaker is Oliver South, speaker number 61. Oliver South?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can do. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Can I just get you to speak directly into your mouthpiece so we can, thanks.
Hello?
Hi, if you can speak directly into your mouthpiece, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. So I am overall very supportive of the plan. We need the parking fees paired with serious investments in transit and active transportation if we ever hope to reduce our emissions to meet the targets set out in this plan. Even electric vehicles have high carbon emissions compared to other modes of transport. There are also a couple of other things that I want to highlight. Firstly, 2024 to implement the zoning changes from the Vancouver plan is simply too long, as set out in Big Move number 1. As I understand it, the current plan is to have 2022 for the plan implementation, and then 2023 or 2024 for actual changes. This is far too late on perhaps the most important action in the plan and may cause Vancouver to miss the targets. Looking at a typical multi-year permitting process, we'll only begin to see a very, very small initial portion of the new walkable housing built by 2030. And I think it's also really important that Council realize that we don't exist in a vacuum here in Vancouver. We're only 600,000 people in a region of 2.5 million and growing. And so if we don't build densely the suburbs are more than happy to take the revenues from the development, and they have been. If you look at some pictures of Coquitlam and say Burke Mountain and Westwood Plateau, in the 80s it was all luscious forest, and then now it's been clear cut for single-family homes. And this exact fate is coming to hundreds of acres of forested land in places like Maple Ridge, Langley, and Abbotsford. And low-density housing requires multiple cars and long commutes to the city, and are definitely not built to the same environmental standards that we mandate here. So I think it's imperative that we build dense housing in Vancouver, and every family housed in Vancouver where they can bus or bike to work is another that's not driving in from, say, Langley. An independent polling has shown that over 70% of Vancouverites are in favor of four-story housing in single-family neighborhoods. So the vast majority of people they want change. And so we know this, and it's somewhat frustrating to see that Council is okay with consistently kind of delaying planning on this. And so I think waiting 4 more years is just completely unnecessary. And I'd like to see this state kind of move forward a bit. There are already 800 single-family homes being torn down every year. And if instead of replacing these with single-family homes, we built more well-insulated 4-story wood frame or mass timber apartments, then we could redirect a lot of the growth away from the suburbs, save these forests, and address both the transport and heating emissions components of our emissions at the same times. And so, yeah, I think we just can't afford to delay big moves to 2024. So I think it would be good if this could be moved up pretty significantly, because this is one of the biggest targets. It's one of the biggest potential for emissions reduction laid out in the plan. But yes, overall, I'm very strongly in support of this plan, and I urge Council to approve it fully. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so I just want to thank you so much for participating tonight, this afternoon. Clerks, I'm just going to check with you to see if, right, so we have no other speakers, Council, so that's it. Close the speakers list. It is 9 minutes to 5, so I suggest we now break for dinner between 5 and 6, and then come back to do another round of questions with staff. I would suggest too that if you have questions to staff, I know there's been some flying around, but if you could send them, perhaps email them to staff over the break, that would be great. And to Sadie directly would be good on that one. And right, so I think we'll recess now, Council, until 6 o'clock, and see you then for the next round of questions to staff. Councillor Carr, I see you on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to verify that we were going to do a second round of questions.
Yes, we are, absolutely.
Great. Okay,
great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. We'll see you at 6.
Thanks, everyone.
reconvene this meeting. And we left off where we just heard from the last speaker, and now we're moving to questions. So if you want to put yourselves on the queue at council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask staff questions. I've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the list first. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to start off with one question to staff, which I think is significant, and I'm just going to ask one right now. And that is related to the legal ability of the City of Vancouver to implement mobility pricing. And I'm specifically following up on, and Mayor Stewart may be able to assist also, a comment made by him at the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade address last week, when he said that the City of Vancouver does not have the legal ability or the power, real powers to do so to implement mobility pricing. And study could be required, but the city is not actually able to enact that. Can I get commentary on what our legal ability to consider mobility pricing is or is not, please?
I think Doug Smith is coordinating these questions.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Sadhu, City Manager.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could jump in, as we always do with legal questions about our authority, my recommendation would be that that question be taken in camera. There are, as outlined in the recommendation itself, it directs us to put together a plan, and through that planning process, we would be assessing the various ways that we could do this kind of scheme, and how other cities have done them, and what would work based on what authority we have, whether there's an appetite from the province to partner with us. I mean, those would be all the things we'd look into.
So by way of follow-up to that, I guess I'm wondering, in terms of the sequencing of this, and given that the comment by Mayor Stewart was publicly made at a public meeting and widely reported in media, so whether or not it is prudent for council to consider the mobility pricing piece this evening, given the fact that I'm hearing you, City Manager, saying that we should actually have that conversation in camera about our legal authority to move forward, because this is asking council to pursue a direction. It's asking council their staff costs and expenses associated with it. And so we're going down a road here. And before we go down that road, no pun intended, I'd like to better understand what our legal ability and success might be at the end.
Well, the way that the recommendation's written, and the way that we specifically would plan to proceed, is to assess the various ways that mobility pricing could be pursued, and the various legal pros and cons of each of them. So at this point, yeah, if council wants to proceed with the exploration, then yeah, we'd recommend you follow through with it and approve the recommendation. If you don't want to do mobility pricing, you can turn it down. But at this point, I don't believe that the legal issues around it are a reason not to pursue this at this time, because this is giving us the direction to go do that work. And that work would involve the different ways that it could be done. There are certain ways that I believe we can do it. There's other ways that tools that we would need from the province to do it in a different way, depending on how council of the day wanted to pursue mobility pricing.
So can I ask one explicit clarification question, just to help me understand, is what ways or ability do we have currently within the Vancouver Charter to do it?
Again, depending on how you want it, if you want to use parking and the ability to use the curbside, which are powers that we currently have, there are ways that we could do this now. Is that the best way to do it? Is that the way that council would want to do it? Those would be all the types of things that we would need to evaluate. There are ways that this type of arrangement can be done with the powers we have now. That may not be the ideal way to do it. That's the kind of analysis that we would need to pursue.
Okay, and when you say curbside, can you clarify what that means, please?
Someone pulling up to the curb, either to park or to pick up somebody or drop them off. Okay,
but as opposed to being in motion and passing a particular point, for example.
Yeah, and I guess all I'm trying to say here, without getting into all of the nuance of it, because that's the work that we would need to do if this is the direction that you want us to pursue, is that we would evaluate all the different ways that it could be done. That work hasn't been. We've looked at some options, and we know there are some ways that it could be pursued. Also, there's multiple ways based on what other cities have done, and we would need to assess those, look at the pros and cons, and evaluate whether we have the legal jurisdiction to do it, and have a conversation with council around the pros and cons of each of those options. But there are many different ways that this is being done. And I believe there are some ways that it could be done that are within the power that the city of Vancouver currently has. Is that the best way? Those would be the things that would need to be evaluated.
Thanks so much. On to Councillor Dominato for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions to staff, in particular on the buildings recommendations, and specifically around N and O. If you could just walk me through sort of a likely scenario if N is supported. So it talks about specifically focusing on large commercial buildings, detached homes, and retrofits starting in 2025. What's a likely scenario of how that would play out for commercial buildings and homeowners in terms of, does everyone immediately have to go and retrofit their space and water heating equipment immediately in that year? I think I saw a reference to 10% of detached homes starting in that year. And I'm just looking for some elaboration so that I can better understand what we're talking about in the context of affordability for families. So
yeah, Doug, do you want to jump in?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep, go ahead.
I can act as concierge here. I apologize, I was a bit late. Yes, Councillor, that is a great question. I'm going to pass that on to Sean Pander, our Green Building Manager, to address your question.
Thank you.
Great, Councillor, very good question. Yeah, the envisioned, and again, of course, this is subject to further research and consultation, would be for those building types, the detached houses and the large office and retail buildings, to do that research, to introduce a regulation late next year that would sort of take effect, or you'd have to show compliance by 2025. That initial limit would be set very high, so quite easy to comply with, probably only impacting the 10 to 20% sort of worst performing buildings of those building types. And meeting the limit would be, specifically designed so that you wouldn't have to replace your heating or hot water equipment with renewable energy to meet it. It would be, in commercial buildings, it might be, through measures like recommissioning and optimization. There's lots of incentive programs and evidence that show these bigger, complicated buildings, the systems aren't working the way they were designed, and a lot of energy is wasted right off the bat. So that initial limit in 2025 would be set not to impact, again, only 10 to 20% of the buildings of those types that would be subject to the requirement. And then the real sort of the strategy part of the strategy is to begin looking at what are the natural replacement cycles from 2025 onward of that of equipment, and then set the limits so that most of the buildings could comply with those future limits by looking at, when it does come time to replace those major pieces of equipment, to do it and look at zero emissions equipment at that time. So no, it wouldn't force large scale replacement of heating and hot water starting in 2025. It would get the worst performing buildings, 10%, to start doing those low cost, easy to implement measures, but then really start to drive building owners to start having to plan, how much longer will a given system last, and start planning for how would they replace it, start planning to, how would they arrange the capital and the finance to do that work. So does that answer your question?
It does in part, and I appreciate you clarifying that. I guess the other question is I'm just wondering, are there any opportunities for, I'm thinking more specifically about individual homeowners, families, or where they would have an opportunity to get some offset for the cost of doing those retrofits. Is there any opportunities for grants or anything through provincial, federal governments currently? Is that something you could expand on?
Yep, absolutely. And that is why, the brilliance of setting that future regulation so that people have time to take advantage of those grants and incentives. Currently, in the city of Vancouver, if you're going to replace a heat pump, Better Homes BC .ca is the provincial sort of grant portal where homeowners can find grants for doing retrofits, energy efficiency and in implementing things like heat pumps. And in Vancouver, the city currently has some matching funds available as well. We haven't seen the federal money yet for that kind of activity, but it is obviously in the mandate currently. So, for example, right now you could get up to $15,000 in the city of Vancouver if you were going to replace your sort of your furnace with a heat pump today.
Thanks so much. We're at the 5 minutes, and we're on to Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just had a couple follow-up from Councillor Kirby-Young's question regarding jurisdiction around road pricing, and specifically to if we know that a charter change would be required in order to move ahead with any potential mobility pricing in the future.
Sadhu here. Yeah, I hope I was being clear earlier. There are new technologies like apps that are emerging that could enable us to do this without needing charter changes. Road tolling would require charter changes, but there are lots of different technologies and approaches that could be pursued that wouldn't require that.
Okay, actually, could you just say a little bit more about that? The apps, that's the first I've heard of that wouldn't require sort of jurisdictional.
Yeah, that's the kind of research that we would want to do if this is approved, based on what we've seen other places are doing. There are some pretty unique approaches. It's not the old, toll bridge kind of approach, and so that's the kind of research that we would really want to dig into and come back and talk about the kind of pros and cons of different ways of approaching this. At this point, we don't have all of the information on how all of those would work, but yeah, there are apps that when you're driving in a certain zone, you might be charged for being in that zone, and there's different ways that it could be done that we would want to explore.
Okay, that's helpful. And I just one quick follow-up around the financials of the report overall. Question around how we would anticipate these plans could be impacted with any changes in senior funding, for the positive or negative.
This is Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. So overall, financially speaking, we're designing this so any additional senior funding would reduce city and ideally even community input. But at this point, it's not relying on additional senior funding other than things that are already in place, such as the retrofit grants we're partnering with on the province. And we definitely do see some opportunities for federal and provincial money coming forward.
Okay, and so given the current capital plan and how it's been impacted by COVID, I just wonder how staff are sort of managing those pressures and how you expect them to impact the next capital plan, 4-year plan, given its priority and the uncertainty around COVID right now.
I don't have a quick answer for that one. I'm going to see if there's someone from financial planning, perhaps Rob or Grace on the line.
Yeah, maybe I could just jump in. I mean,
Sure.
I think if this plan is approved, the development of the next capital plan would be influenced by the directions in this report, in terms of the curb cuts, the pedestrian and bike access, and doing more in those general areas. We've done a lot in the past, but there's more emphasis on that. And some other areas around energy efficiency and whatnot. And I think those would be lenses and priorities that would be put into the capital plan if this is approved. But at this point, I think it's probably too early to tell what the COVID impacts might be on the development of the next capital plan.
Okay, so
does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, and it also brings up a different question, and maybe difficult to answer right away. But I'm curious about if there was an estimated portion of this work plan in this report that is already planned for in our capital plan. And you gave the example of curb cuts, and I'm thinking about street lighting and other things that we already are looking at doing that are identified in this report.
Yeah, each year we do both the operating and the capital. We've tried to the last couple of years because we've been asked by council around kind of how much of the existing spend is going toward council priorities, and climate has been council priority. So we've tried to break it out. And yeah, there's tens of millions of dollars that are going to support the work that's outlined in this plan, and that's already being done. Like everything from tree planting to improving pedestrian access on the Granville Bridge. I mean, many of the
I can't hear you, Sadu.
Yeah, tens of millions of dollars, and this would, if this is approved, this plan would push for even more of that in the future.
Okay.
Generally, though, I think there's we're looking for multiple co-benefits. Can we improve things for accessibility, which makes it easier for people to walk, which improves health and improves accessibility, as well as improving the climate. So we're trying to achieve many of those objectives.
Great. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks, staff, for the report. And I'm just going to ask really just a few clarifying questions based on some of the comments and questions that we've been getting from members of the public. So the first is really just I just want to be totally clear that what we're voting on today really sets sort of trajectory and direction for staff, and that a lot of this will result in recommendations that will need future council decisions. So everything from capital planning to transportation pricing to building retrofits, those will all be future council decisions based on the work that we are directing staff to do in this report, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a little bit like, when the healthy city strategy, or whenever a big strategy is approved, each one of those recommendations will come in for a specific request to allocate funding, or request to approve a contract, or request to approve the specific approach that's outlined, like the energy retrofits work. So each one of these things would represent many visits back to council for approval. This is a framework. This is telling us that this is pointing the ship in a particular direction.
Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate that because it's an important clarification. Because I think I've learned of an email going out from the Canadian Federation of Taxpayers today that has been suggesting some very clear and distinct pricing schemes for instance, transport pricing that have. We've been getting hundreds of emails from folks who are led to believe that there is a plan in place. And again, I want to be clear that all the nuance of how this might work, what it might cost, where the equity pieces are, that is all work to be done before we make a decision, correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's the geographic scope? Is it just the downtown? Is it the entire city? Is it parts of the city? Is it based on when there's congestion? So is it time day based? Like all of those are people that work in the zone exempted, or people that live in the zone exempted. Like there's so many things that would need to be resolved. And Doug can jump in. You want to speak to this, Doug?
Yes, thank you, Sadhu. There was an article that came out recently about Kelowna is investigating transport pricing for their downtown core to revitalize their businesses and deal with congestion. And in that article, it did mention $8. It mentioned that Vancouver is considering $8 a day for transport pricing, which is not true. We haven't even started looking at pricing at this point, so I'm not sure where they got the dollar amount from, but that could be where some of the confusion is coming from.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because folks are afraid, and there's a lot of confusion and misinformation out there. So I appreciate that clarification. I had another more specific question. A number of us have met with representatives from the Commercial Drive Business Improvement Association, and I did ask this of the city manager earlier, but I'd like to just have this aired publicly. They were concerned that some of the direction in the 2012 approved Transportation 2040 plan suggested a AAA bike route on Commercial Drive, and they were concerned that since that time, the Grandview Woodland Area Plan has not supported that, and that it was a pretty controversial piece, and that there's work being done, for instance, on Victoria Drive for a more sort of commuter-focused AAA route and that kind of thing. So can I get some clarification that indeed we're not jumping past all that subsequent work that's being done, and we're not, again, per my earlier questions, not making a decision that, for instance, we're going to go back to some of the stuff that was articulated in the 2040 transportation plan, specifically on Commercial Drive.
Yes, absolutely. We can clarify that, and your statement is correct. But I'm going to ask Paul Storr, our transportation director, just to weigh in and add his comments. Actually, it looks like we might have Lon who's going to speak up. Go ahead, Lon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lon LeClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. We had looked at that project in the context of potential cycling improvements, but to be clear, the way that we're funding this plan is to go to lower cost options and looking at the missing links that are really significantly creating barriers for walking and cycling. And we don't see that on Commercial Drive. So at this point, we have no plans in the foreseeable future to pursue a separate bike path on Commercial Drive.
Okay, thanks everybody for indulging me these really sort of clarifying questions. I think it's important for the public to hear that there is a lot of work and more decisions to be made by council in the future on all these matters. Thank you again. I'm good, thanks, Mayor.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato, you've had your time on the 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm wondering if I could ask a point of information then in that case, because I had a follow-up question on the.
You can't. No, you have to have the floor and it has to be within the 5. You could ask for a second round of questions or another round of questions.
Can I ask could I move a second round of questions?
You can do. Do you have a seconder for that?
Second, Hardwick.
Okay, so we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor of another round of questions, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Dejanova for her first question. I'll come back to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, my first question to staff is a follow-up actually, and I had this in my own questions regarding Commercial Drive, and if any of the recommendations before us, if they're approved, will move forward with any changes to Commercial Drive immediately, or will move forward with any changes to Commercial Drive, either via the 2040 transportation plan, or anything else we see here.
This is Doug Smith from Sustainability. Yeah, I can confirm, following up on the previous answer, that no, this report will not trigger any changes to Commercial Drive.
Okay, are there any plans? Are there any plans for any change to Commercial Drive? I know that Councillor 5's question was a AAA. Active transportation or bike lanes is. I know what a lot of the public concern has been from local small business, removal of parking. So that this report we're passing today has absolutely no ramifications. Any of the recommendations on parking on Commercial Drive or any type, not even AAA, but a bike lane on Commercial Drive.
I will ask Lon LeClaire to hop on and clarify that for you, please.
Just wanted to be very clear, considering some of the concerns we've received via email.
Yeah, at this point, the sidewalks are in good condition. We don't have any big investment plans planned for Commercial Drive. The types of changes that could be possible in the future, but not determined by this plan, would be changes to parking regulations, but those would be done in consultation with the community. So this plan doesn't direct us on any of the transportation projects like that.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's good to know that that's not on the table today. Completely different question, but first, before I ask my second question, Mr. Mayor, can I move for a second round of questions?
Yeah.
Sorry, did we do that or not?
We have. I literally just did that. So please continue with your time. And I just asked other councillors to just make sure you're muted, and staff as well. Okay, Councillor Dejanova, continue, please.
Thank you so much. My next question is regarding some of the impacts, perhaps on single-family residential homes. Looking at some of the impacts on affordability or unintended consequences if someone was to, try and renovate or upgrade a suite or a laneway home. What I read in the report is then they would have to make other substantial and significant upgrades And aside from that, they would have to get in line with the City of Vancouver by a certain date. Then some homeowners who maybe on paper, it looks like they can afford that. They just can't. So I'm just wondering if, we have received some communication on this. Other councillors have asked about mobility pricing, so I'm going to ask that question right now.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. I will ask Sean Pander, our manager of Green Buildings, to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. The measures again that we're looking at in the short term have relatively low cost implications for homeowners. We are aware, though, that there are a number of homeowners in Vancouver who are wealthy in the fact that they own a home, but they may be on fixed incomes or not have significant income. So a piece of the work that we do want to do next year is to understand who are those people where this may actually be a real hardship to move forward with, and then to identify measures by which they can be exempted or defer the action that they might need to take. So very much.
Can I just quickly ask, have we considered that in the short-term rental data that we have based on people who were looking for income from their homes, either long-term rental or short-term rental? Because it's not just about homeowners. My question is about the unintended consequences of some of the most affordable rental, either leaving the market and renters being evicted from some of the most affordable rentals in our city.
What we don't see yet is most of the upgrades, and again, this is the plan would be implemented over a period of 15 or 20 years, but the upgrades required, the intent would to align them with other necessary investments in the home. So it's the sort of strategic design of the reg that we would be working on is if you need to do work and you need to be replacing your windows or you need to be replacing your furnace, the opportunity to sort of meet the regulation would be to do it at that time. So we're trying to move away from forcing new work and just introducing requirements that get people to rethink work that they need to already do. Yes, there will be cost implications. You can't address the climate emergency without incurring additional costs. Those costs will vary quite a bit, and there are considerable grants available. But because the upgrades are typically, could be implemented without accessing the rental suite, or if you do need to access the rental suite, you're only in there for a day. It's not like, not that we see yet. And again, we do need to do more consultation where you would need to displace a tenant to do these upgrades. And again, if you look at sort of the long-term costs, we're talking in the neighborhood of about 1% of the value of the asset and over a period of 15 years. So we don't envision, and again, we do need to do more research and consultation because there can be cases that we haven't understood yet. But that is the work we do need to do moving forward.
I know that I'm over time, so I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato. Sorry, we still have some councillors on their first round of questions, so I'll just advance Councillor Hardwick, and I'll put you back on the end of the list. Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Great, thank you very much. We've received a lot of correspondence from our residents concerned about the timing of this plan. The fact that we got a 371-page report days before the first time it came to council, and a very strong concern that we're doing this during a pandemic and just prior to our budget cycle. So what I'm looking for is an explanation of why we need to do this in the middle of November, in the middle of a pandemic, just prior to a very difficult budget period with very little input from the public.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. I'll attempt to answer that question myself. It's a very good question. It's a question we're hearing as well. I think I would first start off by saying that we've done significant input and consultation, both through surveys and through meetings and workshops, both pre-COVID and post-COVID, to get input on this design. So there has been quite a bit of input helping direct this. We've been informing the public and council. We've had multiple briefings with council and memos updating you on this report. And every single one of the recommendations in this report will not actually be implemented anytime soon. The intention is to give us direction to move forward and to give us plenty of time to work with the public, hear even more engagement,
but forgive me,
and get
Doug,
that feedback. Yes.
but forgive me. Wouldn't you be able to get that feedback starting in the new year, for example, starting in Q1 of 2021, or later in the year? Why does it have to be now?
Because we're waiting for council's direction to tell us to go get that feedback. That's what the intention of this report is.
And that couldn't wait a quarter until after the conditions that I've just described.
Yeah, I can jump in. Council, we committed to council last year when we brought the first plan forward to report back by before the end of 2020, and so that's what we're trying to fulfill. If ultimately council doesn't want to hear this, if ultimately council doesn't want to hear it, you can.
Councillor Hardwick, could you let the city manager finish his reply? Thanks very much. City manager.
Well,
if council doesn't want to hear it, you can definitely refer it to next spring. I mean, that's clearly an option. We committed to reporting back by this date, and that's what we're doing, just fulfilling that commitment.
That commitment was made before the pandemic, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, I'm just suggesting that just as we are going through major concerns about the financial health and well-being of the city as well as our physical health, that something as complex as a 371-page report brought forward under these conditions is putting a ton of stress on the people of the city. And so if the answer is, well, we promised we were going to do it by this date, but that didn't take into consideration the pandemic, we haven't adjusted our timelines, then that is the ultimate answer here, is that you're trying to stick with the original timelines, and that's an acceptable answer. Well, it is an answer. Whether or not it's the right thing to do remains to be seen. But that's the biggest question I have in all of this, is the why now. Why, especially since the feedback we're receiving, we may have had some briefings and some stakeholder engagement, but that's not the same as broad public consultation. So anyhow, that's the big question I think that everybody's got, beside the overarching fear of how much it's going to cost in a city that's already plagued by affordability. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, we've got questions for staff up to 5 minutes.
I do, but I just added one after hearing Councillor Hardwick. Staff, is the why now related to the simple urgency based on the current and accelerating speed of climate change as verified by scientists?
Yeah. I'm going to jump in, Doug, to finish that train of thought from the last question. Yes, most certainly. We have a climate emergency. Council has declared a climate emergency. We've been burning the midnight oil trying to move forward on a very, very complex and comprehensive report. We're really proud to bring it forward. And we recognize that people in the community are very concerned about climate, and this report, we're hoping, responds to those concerns. If the timing is right, we'll defer to council if you want to move it. We committed to bringing it forward now, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. To staff, much is being talked about in terms of congestion pricing. I'm wondering if you actually do have concrete examples of the benefits of congestion pricing and even the equity measures that have been implemented regarding congestion pricing. You don't have to list them all for me now, but if you've got even one example of that, but also could inform council and, as we move through this, public in general about those benefits or equity measures.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to call on Dale Bracewell to respond to that question.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Dale Bracewell, Manager of Transportation Planning. I'll just keep this really brief, and the answer is absolutely yes. So everything from cleaner air to increased safety, which is another kind of untalked about part of congestion pricing, as you can manage traffic and there's more people walking, cycling, and taking transit. To actually, greater reliability for all who need to use the road system, including goods movement, and then ultimately, as a growing city, one that can support more people moving. So a very well-rounded set of benefits in terms of previous cities.
Thank you, Mr. Bracewell. Appreciate those points. on to a topic that was raised by a number of speakers, and that is embodied emissions. I'm just wondering what the best move is, in your mind, staff, to retain embodied emissions in current homes, and also to retain the embodied emissions and in current homes, and reduce emissions in current homes.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I will ask Sean Pander to weigh in on that question. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, the focus of this report and our efforts is definitely on the retrofitting of homes. We're not looking to introduce measures that are going to drive the replacement of homes. And so, I think that's the first measure. If you need to rebuild your house to comply with these measures, whether it's a heritage house or just a standard detached home, then obviously the regulations are too aggressive. We don't think that will be the case. And again, we do need to understand if there are circumstances that we haven't heard about yet. And we definitely will want to think about that if those do emerge. When it comes to new construction, we are looking at different programs by which we can better understand if a building owner decides to replace their home, and again, that's not what we're trying to do with this report. We're not trying to drive that. Is looking at different ways we can shift the materials or construction approaches to reduce those embodied emissions. There are some studies that we are working with in the detached home sector where detached homes may actually have the opportunity to begin sequestering carbon. So a new building actually could have a negative embodied carbon impact. Now that's a little bit down the future. Those aren't standard practices and materials in our market at this time, but we are definitely looking at pilot programs and incentives to work with builders to start experimenting with those different materials.
Great. And one final question to you, Mr. Pander. Do you foresee partnerships with senior governments in terms of sources of funds for retrofitting the existing buildings?
Absolutely. Again, what we did do when the province did their Better Homes BC.ca, which is their portal, when they were developing that, it was very much in mind of partnering with the City of Vancouver and therefore additional other local governments where we could match their grants. So they created the administrative framework to streamline that for us and for residents, but then we could top those funding up. So that was one example. With our rental retrofit program that we're proposing to launch early next year, it's a combination of provincial funding and city funding on that one. And then a lot of opportunities in the non-market housing segment where there's a lot of federal and provincial money flowing to rehabilitate existing market housing.
Well past the 5, thanks. Councillor Boyle, have you had a first round of questions? I can't remember.
I have not, no.
Okay, so Councillor Dummett, I'll put Councillor Boyle on first and put you at the end of the list. Councillor Boyle, go ahead with your first round.
Thanks. I'll just say thanks to staff for all of this and all the questions that you've answered by email. And now I just have a few questions. And the first is, it's very clear to me from the plan that every piece of this report is required in order to have any hope of meeting the science-based targets that Council unanimously committed to. I'm wondering if Council chose to delay or weaken or eliminate any portion of this plan, what suggestions would you have for how we might still meet our targets?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'm going to pass this over to Matt Horn, who is our climate policy manager.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. It's a good question. So as I mentioned, when we introduced the plan, we did quite a bit of modeling of the opportunities to sort of get to our targets. I think it's important to state that there aren't additional reduction opportunities to sort of move towards our targets. I think we're really sort of scouring for all the opportunities with this plan. So the transition to active transportation and transit, the electric vehicles, heat pumps, energy efficiency, renewable gas, we need all of those to get to our targets. If Council does not want to move ahead with some of the actions, We could do additional work to see if there are other policies that move us in those directions. In all likelihood, those will be more complex and more costly to get to the same outcomes. We've designed this to try to find the most flexible and cost-effective pathways to get to the targets.
Okay, so just to be clear, if council wants to meet those targets and we want to do it in the most fair and cost-effective way possible, what's laid out in this plan is that path forward.
That's our view, yes.
Okay.
I think
Did you have more to say on that? I didn't know if you just got cut off. Okay.
Ask other questions. Sorry.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Thank you very much. My second question is, we've heard a fair amount of concern about the public not being engaged on this yet. And so I'm hoping you can just briefly remind us what input was gathered up to this stage and what the plans are after this stage to continue to hear from the public on this urgent climate emergency plan.
Yeah, and I'll defer back to Matt on this question as well. Go ahead, Matt.
Yep, can take that quickly. So we did run an engagement process that included the public, internal and external stakeholders, sort of starting late last year, running through June of this year. So the input from that process has really tested all the actions that are being put forward here and has informed the design that we're bringing forward. That included the work through the Climate and Equity Working Group and some other channels of input. As Doug has mentioned, if you're supportive of these directions going ahead, they aren't sort of being implemented overnight or tomorrow. It would lead to sort of further analysis, further engagement, and we'd be bringing back the detailed recommendations for implementation of the different pieces next year and the years beyond.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. I see there are other folks on the list for a second round of questions. I just wanted to state that I hope Council will let me move this report as it comes out of a motion I brought forward originally, but I will add myself back to the end of the list to hope to get to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 for the second round.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to focus in on the parking minimums piece for a minute. And I had sent this question to staff, but I have clarification I'd like to get here. When council had past discussions on that and updates and in the motion, part of what was asked to come back was for staff to provide some information as to if and how that might contribute to housing affordability. And I asked that question, and the answer that came back that I'm looking for more clarification on from staff said some of the cost savings would be reinvested in transportation demand management measures that make it easier for residents to choose sustainable transportation modes. Some examples might include subsidized transit passes, additional bicycle parking on site, car share vehicles, and car share memberships. Can you clarify for me and walk me through, are you suggesting that developers would be required to contribute part of the cost savings from waived parking into a fund to support those measures? How would that happen? I'm not clear.
Thank you for that question, Kirby-Young. I'm going to defer to Alina Chang. Alina is our manager of parking.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So in the downtown, we already do not have minimum parking requirements. And instead of parking requirements, developers are required to achieve a certain number of points towards a transportation demand management program. And various points are awarded for incentives such as subsidized transit passes, car share memberships, additional bicycle parking, for example.
So how does that contribute? Let me zero in on my question the time I have. How does that contribute to increased housing affordability?
So by not having as much underground parking, for example, that reduces the cost of the construction. And usually the cost of those parking stalls would be, added to the price of the unit if you were to purchase it. So if there is not a parking space that might cost, say, $50,000, theoretically that cost should be reduced in the purchase price.
Do we know, if we're moving theoretically, do we have any regulatory measure to require that savings be passed on? Do we have an example in another city where of how that's happened, or are we just hoping? I'm not being facetious. I'm generally asking this question. We're just hoping that the goodwill of the developer would pass that on. How do we know that affordability reduction would happen?
Those are very good questions and definitely things that we need to continue to explore. But ultimately, it is a market-based system, and the price of the units will be sold at what the market will bear.
So staff are not contemplating, let me ask the question a different way. Just because staff aren't contemplating any policy measures around parking minimums that would require savings from what they would normally spend on parking to go into a unit reduction, or would be part of a housing policy or a rezoning application requirement? We just hope that the market would self-correct. Is that what you're saying?
The questions you're asking are certain things that we could explore as part of this work. At this point, we haven't contemplated that, but it's certainly an option that we could do.
Can I ask why you haven't contemplated that, since that direction was given in the motion that was passed by council?
We are still working on on this policy. Nothing has been put forward for approval for council as yet.
Okay, so quick follow-up then. If council were to approve the recommendations that specifically relate to the elimination of parking minimums or implementation of maximums, could we be confident that that work would include reviewing the affordability and coming back to council with detailed information as to whether or not it would improve affordability or not?
Yes. So that is planned as outlined in the report to be a report back in mid-2021.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I have, and it relates to the $257 million in the proposed budget for streets improvement. I asked this to get a sense of what might be allocated to pedestrian improvements versus biking infrastructure. And the staff said that they weren't able to comment. Can I get some more information on that? If we're able to estimate that, is there a feeling around how much more we're going to be prioritizing the pedestrian realm, given our goal of complete communities and walkable communities?
Yes, that's a great question. I'm going to call on Dale Bracewell to answer that question.
Yeah, Councillor Kirby-Young, it's a high-level estimate that was put into the financial 5-year plan, and as per the explanation in terms of the original, the half of the funding is actually just today's capital plan, but certainly with council direction to even look more to fill out the pedestrian gaps. In the next capital planning process, we would bring that lens into it, but at this time, a lot of the active transportation components are actually helpful for both people walking and people rolling and people cycling, so we haven't done a further breakdown at this time.
Okay,
thanks very much. I see Councillor Swanson's on the list for the first time, so I think all other councillors have asked in the first round, so I'm going to, and she's disappeared. So I think we're on to the second round of questions now. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, a couple of follow-up questions. Just with respect to Appendix B1, can you just expand on the e-bikes? Would we be going down the same path of investing in the capital, or would we be looking at a different model? Because that was quite costly to the city to go down that route. Now there's different models of acquiring things like scooters, bike share, that sort of thing.
Thank you very much for the question. I will defer to Lon Leclerc, the General Manager of Engineering.
Yes, if I could just speak to that. What we're looking at is curbside electrical for all of the good uses that provides, for the ability to kind of transform or transition our public bike share system into e-bike. That helps it. But the curbside electrical also helps with providing power for food trucks and for filming and eliminating a lot of generators that we currently see on the streets. So it's multi-purpose.
Okay, but just to be clear that what's recommended here is adding e-bikes to our public bike share. Is what I'm getting at is, are we investing in the capital? Are we investing in the actual bikes themselves, or are we going down a path where the companies retain that, they deliver the capital, it's the user that pays for the e-bike use?
Yeah, no, to be clear, the only money that we're contemplating spending right now is actually to the curbside electrical. So it's really changed to our infrastructure, which enables a whole bunch of things, including the potential for e-bike, yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Questions around the citywide parking permit proposal. Can you clarify, if that goes citywide, the proposal is to start with a non-market rate starting next year, but move to a market rate in the years going forward, would that market rate be comparable to the West End, so $400 a year for a permit? Can you confirm that?
I can let Alina provide more detail, but again, at this point, we're thinking the variability of the pricing. We just have a whole lot more flexibility again with technology the way it is. There's a lot of neighborhoods in the city right now where the parking problems aren't significant enough to bring in a permit, and other areas where there's no parking problems at all. So the actual strategy could have zero fee permit. But it would allow us to manage the street better because we would know who is parking out there and for how long.
Okay, thank you. Wondering if, as part of the development of the proposals, there was contemplation of a public education and awareness strategy, speaking to sort of the social mobilization comment that was raised by one of our speakers around. I looked at some other jurisdictions and they did a heavy focus on that to support sort of adaptation of getting people to transition to EVs and other transition modes. So I'm just wondering if that was contemplated as part of this strategy.
Yes, Councillor Dominato, this is Doug Smith again. Absolutely, that is part of the rollout that we will need to do as we move forward on all aspects of this plan if Council does support it. Everything from the transportation side to the green building side, and with a special equity focus on that as well.
Okay, thank you. And then on the capital investments for city-owned buildings, are those currently reflected in our current capital plan, or would these be new investments going forward in a future capital plan?
Just to confirm, is if we're talking about energy upgrades for
yes.
the city-owned buildings, then yes, it is within our current budget to move forward over the next few years to do the upgrades that are necessary to keep up and demonstrate leadership in our own buildings. And then when the new capital plan comes up, obviously we'll have to consider what is required for that next 4 years.
Okay. And then our conversations with Fortis around renewable natural gas, do we have a sense of what, looking 5 years ahead, the supply of renewable natural gas for residents, what that looks like?
Yes, I can call on Matt Horn to comment on Fortis's work on that.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Doug. I'm happy to take that.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Okay, yep. So the Fortis and the province has set a target of 15% renewable gas by 2030 on the gas grid. So they're working actively towards that, and they've really brought on quite a bit of supply in the last year in particular. We're also working with them, and as part of the work on the existing building strategy, exploring if we can increase that transition to renewable or accelerate that transition to renewable gas. And I think it's been positive conversation so far with Fortis.
Thank you. I think that's my time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, second round, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about detached homes. The required building upgrades are going to disproportionately affect older character and heritage buildings that are often the most affordable in our city, including renters in thousands of suites. Why focus on this when we have an affordable housing crisis?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Hardwick. I will ask Sean Pander to respond to that.
Yeah, one of the the tenets of our equity is in the detached homes. The responsibility for upgrading those homes is likely going to fall upon the owner themselves. Again, the initial requirements are not intended to be significantly expensive, and so we do need to get more input from the renters groups to better understand how these might impact them. But again, most upgrades would be done in conjunction, and the limits would be set so that the homeowner is doing them in conjunction with other required upgrades. So that really is looking at the nature of the work. Does it need to displace the renter? No. The nature of the work is the furnace, the hot water tank, or shorter term access to the rental suites. And the Rental Tenancy Agreement Act does limit the amount the landlord can increase rent. Period.
Well, thank you, Ed. again, I'm looking at property taxes going up and all the additional costs that are contributing to our affordability crisis in the city. And so when I hear these additional costs, which will be ultimately borne by renters, but through the hands of owners. So I hope we're taking a really close look at that. My next question is it not true that requiring pay parking permits to make up for increased parking demand from lack of on-site parking in new development, that this is effectively offloading the cost savings of developers onto residents and would cause a lot of congestion?
Thank you for that question. I will pass it over to Alina Chang.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. What we're trying to do is really actually manage the curbside with the parking fee. And what we're encouraging folks to do, those that do have off-street parking, is to make use of that. And that might mean clearing out your garage instead of using it for storage, to actually park your vehicle in there. And so that the curbside space is available for those who don't have off-street parking, or for visitors or contractors and others that do need to use the space.
Oh, so it's the homeowner again that's going to bear the brunt of that. And so that leads me to the next question. Is the city changed the parking bylaws to remove the parking minimum requirements in new construction? Isn't this just giving away that value to the developer without providing any public benefit? And as I just said, putting that onto the back of the resident? Wouldn't it mean that there's no leverage left to get further public benefits for relaxing public requirements, parking requirements, because it would be outright?
I'm going to turn it over to Lon Leclerc to answer that one.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. What we saw recently in our work in the West End was that when the on-street parking was too low, people just used it even when they had a space available to them. So whether you owned a condo or rented in a building where a space was available to you, if the permit was too low, people got it anyways, and then they just took the first spot that was available to them. And so we saw by observation about 18,000 unused parking spaces in the buildings themselves. So we had a parking management problem, not a parking supply problem. And so that's when we look at the rest of the city and our ability to implement a kind of a minimum.
Thank you, but that's not answering the question about the benefit that's accruing to the property developer. That's kind of the point here.
Well, for the cost of building housing, and it depends on its final use, is to whether or not those savings from not having to build parking end up in the end user or the person who occupies the space. That really depends on the way the building is kind of owned or managed. For us, though, again, our objective is to make sure that the kind of the most accessible parking is used efficiently.
Okay, so that's not, my time is up, but that didn't answer the question.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, we've got the second round of questions now, I think. Trying to keep track of everybody here.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'm on the list to move the motion, and my understanding is others are on already for amendments, but Councillor Wiebe hasn't, I don't think, asked any questions.
And he's not, we'll bring him in after this round of questions, according to the clerk.
Okay, then I would like to move the motion.
And I'll just remind councillors that we're on a question queue now. Once the motion is moved and seconded, I will be moving over to a main queue, and that'll be a whole new queue. So,
okay,
Councillor Boyle moving?
Yeah, I'd like to move, and I think Councillor Carr would like to second.
Yes, second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thank you. And the mover of the motion goes first on the list, of course. And look, there's a lot of activity on the list here, but movers of the motion.
I'm actually happy to wait and speak at the end.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Just one second. I am getting a question, just a comment here from the clerk. Just 1 second, please. Okay, Council. I just clarified the thing with the clerk. Nothing to worry about. Councillor Swanson, we're in debate and decision now, and you have up to 5 minutes. Oh, you're on mute, Councillor Swanson.
I sent some amendments.
Okay.
Hopefully the clerk can bring them up. They're relatively straightforward, except for one. They're all related to equity, and I think they deal with some of the concerns that people have been emailing us about without eviscerating the actual plan. So
Okay.
when it gets up.
Yep, just get the clerk to bring that up. There.
So just an amendment to C to ensure that the accessibility needs of seniors and people with disabilities are accommodated. An amendment to D to deal with the equity concerns of low-income people who around mobility pricing. An amendment to P to make sure that renters are protected if we're dealing with that PACE program. And then a couple of additional ones at the end. One that we asked staff to include in all climate reports, actions, and recommendations, an analysis of how each one will impact households earning under 50K per year and how to mitigate those impacts if they're adverse. And then the last one is to work with TransLink and see if we can expedite a shift to 100% electric buses as soon as possible. Maybe we could deal with them separately.
Can we have a seconder for this? We have a seconder.
Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. So now we're on an amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, I don't know if that's from last time.
That's not for this queue, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, clear that. So does anybody want to speak to this one? I've got the amendment queue open. Please put yourself on the list if you'd like to speak. Okay, so I don't see any speakers, so I'm going to call a vote on this.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Okay, if you guys could be a little quicker on the draw. I've got Councillor Dejanova here, up to 5 minutes for.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, as I bring it up, I'll mention that I'm juggling parenting duties here as well. So I just couldn't get myself on. I was trying to get on the queue, but my computer had frozen. Just wanted to ask about where would staff consider the threshold in sort of measuring affordability to be here? And would it be housing staff that would be specifically looking at that, or would it be staff from sustainability?
Okay, so this is a point of information, I take it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, perhaps, I'm not sure if it goes through the city manager or Mr. Smith, but I just get folks to make sure they're on mute because I am hearing some background noise. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Doug Smith again. Yes, absolutely. If council approved this amendment or any related amendments to affordability, we would work very closely with the housing group to ensure that we're being consistent across the city as how we apply this type of language.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I was still just wondering sort of what we would consider the threshold to be sitting at for income. Since I can't bring up my orange cone exactly here, I'm trying to read it off of my device.
This is Sadhu. I could jump in.
Sure.
We have gotten direction from council to review affordability and incomes, and that work is ongoing. I think we actually talked about it earlier today with Dan Garrison. So I believe we can tie that in so that it's aligned across the organization in the way that we're defining it.
So are we already doing this then? I mean, is there already some work being done on this specific?
Not as it relates to climate, but as it relates to housing affordability. So we would I think we would look to align that.
Okay. So this would be aligned. So you see this is different because it's aligned to this motion, although staff are already doing the work on it.
We have a previous direction from council to evaluate through the Housing Vancouver strategy affordability and incomes and definitions of affordability, and that work is going forward. And so I was trying to make sure I understood your question. We would make sure that we would define affordability the same.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information for the mover, if I could. It's clarification questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. And it relates, thank you. It relates specifically to point D, because I'm supportive of the intent here, absolutely. But my question around the language, they protected from fee increases. Did you mean that there's no sort of even cost of living adjustment, or was the intent more that there are lower fee or sort of rates and fees that are charged relative to what the regular rate would be for somebody that isn't low income? Because I'm just trying to clarify that, as opposed to, are you suggesting a fee be frozen in time and never adjusted on D? It's the language there that's throwing me off.
Councillor Swanson?
The former.
That they would be subject to lower fee rates? Okay.
And then in the last one, I have the, how to that staff be asked to recommend how to mitigate the impacts.
Because I'm fully supportive of the amendments and the intent, but I don't think that D expresses what you're trying to say. So I would have trouble supporting D for that reason. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay.
But if it had said that they receive lower income taxes or lower rates relative to fees, then I would support that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Mayor, is there a reason that is it up on the screen? I can't get it on my orange cone.
Yes, it is. I'm looking at the public screen right now, and it's up, and I see it on a couple of others.
I will try and look at the public screen instead of my screen then.
Can we sever D when we vote?
Yeah, just going to call the vote, and we want to sever D. Just 1 second, Council. Okay, Council, so I'm going to call a vote on this. What we'll do is we'll do D first since it's severed. And I'll ask the clerks to trigger the voting mechanism, and then okay. Just ask other folks to vote. Councillor Carr, DeGenova.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. Could I have a vote assist in favor, please?
Okay. Councillor DeGenova.
Yes. We're voting on C, correct?
We're voting on D.
Okay. I have my panel up. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Just waiting for your vote, though, Councillor DeGenova. Okay. And that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Now we're going to vote on the remainder of the amendment. So if I could have clerks call up that. Oh, thanks for the screen is displayed. Thanks very much for that. Now we'll move to the second vote.
I'll wait to the end for a vote assist.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll vote in favor.
Thank you. Clerks, please. There we go.
Could you clarify, please, which one we're voting on?
We voted first on D, and now we're voting on the remainder of this amendment. So C, P, double F, and double G. And we're just waiting for you, Councillor Hardwick, and then we'll. Okay, thanks. And that has passed with none in opposition. Okay, thank you. So that the motion's been amended. I'm going back now to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, you have 3 minutes left. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have an amendment to, perhaps you want to move us over?
Yep, I don't usually move the queue until it's been seconded, so
fair enough.
just to keep this one alive. Fry. Okay, I haven't seen it yet, but sure, I guess you have. I guess it's been emailed, so we'll move over the queue. It's been seconded by Councillor Fry. I'll just ask the clerks to call up the. And I usually leave it on that queue just so you get a chance to introduce it.
Okay, great.
So
I appreciate it. Yeah, so this amendment is specifically looking to strike recommendation D and replacing with new language. And I just share a few thoughts as to where this amendment is coming from. And we've heard, of course, loud and clear, notwithstanding and hundreds of emails today, and perhaps misguided information was shared around perhaps we're voting on tolls on the Port Mann Bridge. But notwithstanding that, we have heard very significant feedback from many stakeholders around recommendation D, which is asking council to support implementation of mobility pricing. And so if I can just share, although I do support the vast majority of this report and do believe its recommendations are moving the city towards the steps required to make significant reductions in our carbon emissions and fight climate change, I have concerns with committing to transport pricing in recommendation D, and doing so ahead of any consultation or robust consultation or engagement. I do have no doubt that staff have floated it, but what we've heard loud and clear from every sort of equity-seeking groups, the business sector, education sector is a bit of a put the brakes on, and we need to really understand what this looks like. And everybody has a different kind of question. So really, this amendment is asking staff to go and do that work first, to endorse an implementation of something that we can't answer any of those questions yet, to me is the wrong-headed approach when it comes to something as significant as mobility pricing. So, and of course now in the last few days and the last week, we understand there may be jurisdictional challenges with it. However, we know that TransLink and at the regional level, there's been effort towards understanding more about mobility pricing, with the understanding that there would be provincial regulation and legislation that would help enable it. And we've also heard tonight that there's many different options that may not have jurisdictional requirements or changes needed in order for Vancouver to, like many other cities in North America, to consider this as an option, especially for sort of future planning. This is not something that's going to, and I have no doubt, there's no intention to bring something forward that would be directly affecting people right now during what we're dealing with in terms of the pandemic. That being said, people are very stretched right now. They feel sort of threatened and on many different levels. And so to sort of further put pressure on, even in the headlines, that mobility pricing is coming to Vancouver is just sending absolutely the wrong message. So this amendment is to go and ask staff to create that business case, to have the council understand what is that cost benefit analysis. How does it impact our population size versus how far out people have to travel? Where should the boundaries be? But versus sort of, being able to just look at the ways in which it has been put forth in the report, which I understand is very high level because that work has not yet been done. So I'm hoping that it's supported so staff can do the work. We've heard that they do need to do the work, and we know that that's happening in other major cities like Vancouver. But, at this stage, we also know that the comparison to global cities like London and many others in New York and others that are that have well-established transit systems. Vancouver is working on it, and we have partners in TransLink in the province to make that happen, but we're not there yet. And my concern is the number of people who still do require for their livelihoods to be in a car are often not people who are driving expensive cars or could easily ride a bike or take a bus. There's so many different variables. And so I think we got to do the work. I'm very interested to see what staff would report back. And then based on that, make a decision that we can defend our decision by facts, evidence, and data that I trust staff will bring back if this amendment passes.
So they are at your 5 minutes for this queue, and it's been seconded by Councillor Fry. So, and we always put the mover of the amendments at the beginning of the queue. So I'll just, did you have an extra 5 minutes on this, Councillor Bly, if you wanted to?
No, I've said everything I need to say. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, now we're on the amendment queue. If anybody else wants to go on, please go ahead. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciated Councillor Bly's commentary on this. I think she really spoke to a lot of the concerns that we are hearing and that I think that we need to address. But I have a couple of concerns, and one is that the language doesn't specifically speak to a regional approach in the sense that there's a real desire to look at that as an alternative as and the optimal approach forward. It does, I think, still send the signal in how this is written that Vancouver is prepared to go it alone in the absence of a regional approach. But I'll leave that for, and we heard some, I think, really grounded and sort of informed perspective, particularly from SFU's Renewable Cities, about unintended consequences as it relates to the fact that Vancouver, we have to consider our specific local context, we have to consider the pandemic context, and we have to consider the fact we don't have, as Councillor Bly said, the same access to transit and unintended consequences without having a really robust regional conversation. I don't think this is strong enough on that. Could push carbon congestion and economic activity around the city and have not achieved those goals that we're actually, I think, all trying to meet here. Having said that, though, I'm really concerned about the legal piece, and I appreciate that staff are saying they want to do some more work here, but it wasn't explicit in the report to me. I think that it's really critical information that we had talked about tonight. And I think we do at least need to have a high-level conversation around the parameters, because if, for example, Vancouver went, as the city manager suggested, with an app-based versus a curbside model, and then regionally, if we're hoping to have integration there, they went with more traditional road tolling and it was different technology. This is potentially a very expensive road to go down, and I think we want to work towards a sort of an integrated system. So for that reason, I feel that we do need to get more information. So I have sent in an amendment, which would be a referral amendment on D, to actually have at least a high-level in-camera conversation around some parameters. I appreciate that there's more work to be done here, but I think that there's still some conversation that we need to have to make an informed decision around direction. And the clerk should have that to bring up that referral for D.
Councillor DiGenova.
And it's very straightforward, and it simply says that and I've actually sent an amended one since then. So it says it actually now reads to postpone that council refer debate and decision on seat recommendation D on a possible Vancouver transport pricing strategy to a future meeting after an in-camera legal briefing focused on the legality and jurisdiction the City of Vancouver has over mobility pricing. Because I feel I'd at least like to have a high-level briefing to make an informed decision, and I don't feel that I have sufficient information now. And I think there are significant implications for connectivity to the system, whether Vancouver goes it alone and then bolts in later to regional approach, or whether a regional approach collectively going forward is the better way to go. So for me, I think that's prudent for us to have that conversation and try to chart sort of the best path forward. So that's the spirit of the referral.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, before we move to an amendment queue, or two, if it's seconded, are you amending Councillor Bly's amendment, or are you amending the original report?
I'm amending Councillor Bly's because that's where we are in the process.
Yeah, I was just wondering. So okay. So I will, do we have a seconder for this amendment to the amendment?
I believe Councillor DiGenova.
Councillor DiGenova.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Boyle, I have you on the queue.
Yes, I will happily speak to this, Mayor, to say that I won't be supporting it. I heard very clearly from staff that there is work to do around legal jurisdiction questions, that's work that will be done and information that we don't currently have. So I don't actually see the point in having a legal briefing now before we've directed staff to go and do that comprehensive work to have some of that information to provide to us. And in light of that information, this seems like a delay without any real value, so I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information through you to staff.
Sure.
The first question that I have for staff is whether or not on the mobility pricing piece specifically, have we, as in the City of Vancouver, reached out to the BC Cancer Agency, Vancouver General Hospital, or any other hospital or significant medical facility like St. Paul's that's within the zone, and asked for their input, feedback, and how this could negatively affect patients or people needing to travel to the hospital?
City Manager.
Yeah, thanks. No, none of that type of work has been done at this point, and that's the kind of work that we would be doing if we got direction to explore this further.
Okay. And was there any consideration that this could cause duress for some people who possibly are going through the worst time of their life right now, and that this could cause them angst to believe that they may have to pay a toll?
I guess what I'd say is that cities across the world have done this successfully and have overcome these challenges, and we're a pretty innovative and creative city. I think we could, by implementing this, other places have found that the reduced congestion is quite considerable, and that's very, very good for ambulances and emergency vehicles. And so ultimately, there are ways to overcome the challenges, and this can ultimately provide very considerable benefit.
Are any other cities doing this during a pandemic right now?
Many cities have implemented this and are doing it now. Yeah.
Okay. So there are other cities like voting on this right now during a pandemic.
No, I don't know. I don't know exactly which cities are voting on this right now.
Sorry,
but
I only got 5 minutes, as you know, Mr. Johnston.
Yeah.
Trying to be quick here.
I know that LA, Seattle, San Francisco, they're all considering it right now and are debating it currently. Kelowna's voting on it right now. So there are cities that are going through similar discussions as we are. I think ultimately, if we want to deal with the climate crisis, this is one of the major components that needs to be addressed. So having the discussion now versus next year, I mean, we need to have the conversation. Ultimately, I think what we've seen is that there have been considerable.
Oh, I think I lost you there.
Okay, I think I lost him too. Can you? Okay. Thanks. Yep. And just another point of information is I seem to recall a time that I was banned from saying the word marijuana in Vancouver City Council. But that person is not here. I'm not, I will ask about it. Mr. Johnston, we went outside of the legal framework of the Government of Canada in that we worked within our own amendments, text amendments, the zoning bylaw, and allowed dispensaries that were selling medical cannabis, but not through the system that the Government of Canada recognized at the time, to come to the City of Vancouver and go through a licensing process. And during that process, we had over 100 dispensaries open, and legally we could not close them down very well.
Councillor Dejanova, can we stick to the point at hand?
Legalities, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is. So I'm just concerned that did we learn a lesson from maybe moving outside of legally what our jurisdiction is?
Councillor Dejanova, it sounds a bit rhetorical. So points of information, Councillor Dejanova, points of information are really for clarifying points. It sounds like that's.
I'm clarifying if there's any concern of liability for the City of Vancouver to move forward with this outside of, our legal jurisdiction.
Of course, we're just exploring the legal ramifications of it now. There's nothing being implemented. So, we'll learn. If we pass this, we'll learn.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor, I like to follow the law, not maybe learn if I don't follow it. And I try and and do that in an informed way. So I do appreciate this referral, and for that reason, and not being able to, and I feel it's kind of difficult that we have to put staff, in this position. I'd wish that maybe that had been elaborated on as to why we legally couldn't do this. I mentioned it at the Board of Trade, but for that reason, I will be supporting Councillor Kirby-Young's referral to you know, explore this further as a council and understand sort of, you know, the legal ramifications that this could have before we move forward this way.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. So, yeah, I mean, although I appreciate the concern and perhaps even just the conservative approach to this, I'm not going to be supporting it. In questioning the jurisdictional issues that were brought up over the last few days, I was able to reach out to a few people that work in this field in terms of mobility pricing and work as consultants, and talk to TransLink and just did a bit of due diligence, and it's pretty straightforward to me. And accessible in terms of the information that I believe. We have a very intelligent and well-equipped legal team, but I think what I'm getting from this and questions to the city manager is that they actually have to do some of the work. Everything that is in question right now is available. We know that under Section 21 of the SCBCTA, there are limits to municipal authority, so we know that. It does affect the road network. The charter and under Section 7 says that the City of Vancouver does not have the power to establish tolls. So we would need a charter amendment. We have made charter amendments before or requests to the province that have been approved. TransLink has done a whole lot of work, and even though they have some limited powers, they still proceeded with the assumption, but they don't have full powers. They still proceeded with the assumption that enabling some provincial legislation would be required for implementation. So outside of what I think that would be part of the information we would get back from the legal team, which is available now, it doesn't need in camera, it's available. I would imagine any additional questions that I have to that information, that staff would have to have done some more work in order to come back and properly explain more of the legal ramifications. So perhaps this would be appropriate at some point in the future. But right now, with all the work that's been done on this report specific around mobility pricing, I think we had the right approach with my amendment. And so I'm not going to support this at this time.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes. Yes, I do think I agree with Councillor Bly. I think that her amendment is really the way to go. I don't think this is an issue of us putting staff in a particularly difficult position. I mean, really, when you think about it, staff would not put us as council in any difficult position. They would have written recommendations for us to consider that do not jeopardize anything legally. So I'm trusting staff in terms of moving forward with the report as is and the and the amendment as Councillor Bly has forwarded. And feel that this is a delay tactic that is not needed. We will find out all of the different ways in which council has authority in order to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, it's not a impeding council motion, it's not a delay tactic, it's a genuine request.
Do you have a point of order? Do you have the specific clause that you're like me to rule on?
I think it's 8.7.
8.7, and what's that? What's the point of order you'd like me to consider?
Impugning the motive of a councillor. It's not a delay tactic. It's a genuine request for information.
That's not 8.7. Perhaps Councillor Carr, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you. I just feel that I can't support this because I do believe that staff have given us the information we need to move forward, and all of these implications in terms of what we can do, how we can do it, will come forward as we work through the number of years of investigating this.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order is 6.1C, and I just want to clarify that for the record. It's not a delay tactic. It's a genuine request to have.
Yeah, you actually get me to rule on it, not to debate it. So you'd like me to rule on what?
6.1C that was imputing the motives by suggesting it's a delay tactic.
I don't recall hearing the word tactic, so I would caution Councillor Carr, if that's indeed what you said, I think it's fine to say it would delay, but that is a tactic might be impugning. So if we can move on now to Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
I just wanted to say one thing, which is that climate change will not wait for a virus. So I am opposing the motion, the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
One of my observations is that precedents once set are used over and over again to substantiate arguments, even when the underlying assumptions on which they are based are unsubstantiated. And asking to have a thorough in-camera assessment is wholly appropriate. I'd like to see it, frankly, in a lot broader than just this one aspect here. But my observation of precedent setting being used in these reports on an ongoing basis is sound. And I would encourage people to think about the extent to which these precedents are being used. And for that reason, I think it is wholly appropriate that we fully understand what we're getting into, and a proper legal briefing in camera is wholly appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I don't see anybody else on the amendment queue, so I'm calling a vote now. Clerks, if you could queue it.
I'll need a vote assist, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, in opposition.
Okay. Right, I'll let the clerks can do that. And that has 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That has failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, so we're back. Councillor Kirby-Young, you still have 2 minutes left.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, you have up to 5. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've circulated an amendment to Councillor Bly's amendment.
Okay. The clerks will pull it up. Did you want to explain? Give a little explanation.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, similar to my colleague, Councillor Kirby-Young, I appreciate the amendment brought forward by Councillor Bly, because it does address quite a range of concerns that we've been hearing since this report was released to the public. And particularly around, I think the thing we've heard the most about is around the transport pricing proposal. And so, but what I have proposed here is some amendments specifically around the focus on a regional transport pricing framework. One of the things that we know is that in 2018, there was the Independent Commission on Mobility Pricing was undertaken, and to look at, didn't have, I think, the same climate lens. It was focused on congestion pricing, but looking at it through a regional lens, and that stems from the fact that we have a very interconnected economy and employment environment in the Lower Mainland, and one of the things that commission looked at was it did look at the central business district model of sort of the metro core that's proposed. And at the time of writing that report, the focus was to continue with a regional approach and to not embark on that approach because of that interconnectedness between our communities and our neighborhoods, both in terms of employment and transportation. And from my perspective, it's really critical that we really look at this holistically. I've also spoken with TransLink as well, and they are going to be reporting out in less than a year's time on the Transport 2050 report, and it will include additional information and recommendations around mobility pricing, congestion pricing, transport pricing within a regional context. And I think we've already heard about the possible impacts around our local economy, but we actually haven't seen an economic impact analysis of what it might mean to have a Vancouver-specific transport pricing around the metro core, what that might mean for businesses, for employees, for residents. We have no sense of what the affordability impacts would be for working families. And so I think we have to really consider we're not an island unto ourselves here in the city of Vancouver. And so this proposes some further amendments. It also focuses on how any revenues would go into public transit, which I understand
is critical, and as part of any kind of transport pricing model is to actually see those funds as the gas tax fades out, to have those reinvested into public transit, both in Vancouver, and there are certain areas of our city that are underserved still, as well as in other Metro Vancouver municipalities. And I also, I think to build on, I think Councillor Bly was very articulate in identifying that we need to have any kind of strategy needs to have a pandemic lens and recovery lens on it. And so I think that the mayor should be communicating that as well to TransLink as part of this. And so I'll stop there and let other councillors comment. Thanks.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
I'm sorry, I called for a seconder and nobody could hear me do that. So do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Hardwick.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. We are moving over now to an amendment queue. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Oh, no, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to go back to sort of what I was starting to say earlier, and that was really with respect to, I thought, some very well articulated feedback that came in from number groups, but particularly SFU Renewable Cities, who went at some length to commend the plan and some of the bold vision, as do I, and spoke specifically to some of the strong components, I think, around building strategy and land use. But they did highlight specifically what they saw as risks and gap analysis in the plan, and that was specifically on the mobility pricing piece. And what they cited was the risk in the Vancouver context. And they said, yes, it has been implemented successfully in other cities, but Vancouver is very different. You have to look at it in our individual local context. You have to look at it in the fact that we don't have the same transportation infrastructure. You have to look at it in terms of patterns that we see, such as more reverse commuting with people going out of downtown, people commuting further because of affordability, they're having to look further out. And without giving them other viable alternatives, or the money here that is Vancouver is proposing to raise, which is going into sort of street improvements, and potentially it might shave a minute off buses, but is not going specifically into additional transit capacity per se. And they spoke to a lot of those risks that we could simply be pushing carbon and congestion economic activity beyond that metro core delineated, sort of by downtown 16th, Arbutus and Clark. And so they advocated for a regional approach, as has Kevin Desmond of TransLink, who also spoke to that. I know Metro has also had lots of discussions around the regional approach, and as Councillor Dominato said, done a lot of work there. And so I think we would be better served, and also potentially look at some efficiencies on technology and integration to look at how far are people traveling, do they have zones, how does the pricing complement each other, and really try to look at something that is going to be workable and effective and not punitive to people. And also consider the pandemic context and additional modeling, because nobody has implemented something around a pandemic, and we know that there's going to be some significant modeling to do with the region there. We've had lots of discussion at Metro Regional Planning, for example, around the notion of the downtown changing. If people are not going back to their workplaces, we may simply not be getting people downtown. And so the modeling of how people travel, because they're not traveling to work or they're traveling closer to home or changing patterns, is really significant. So I think there's a lot of compelling reasons to take a regional approach. And I think for that, for those reasons that I've articulated, I won't take too much time because I know we've got other things to go through tonight. I think it's best that we pursue this direction, and I appreciate the amendment as it's articulated.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks. I won't be supporting the amendment, though I also would be very happy to see a regional approach move forward. And I note that the language in the original report, as well as the amendment put forward to Bly, includes that being part of the discussion. It certainly doesn't exclude that. And I think it's worth remembering that transportation pricing has been talked about in the region for literally decades, and we are facing down a pretty real time crunch in terms of the climate science. And so while I would be thrilled to see a regional conversation become more alive again, and I think it is already in us talking about this, I don't think that we should be pushing this conversation down the road until the whole region is on board. I'd like to see us continue to lead and look at what we could do even as a pilot, if that language is more comfortable for folks in the city of Vancouver, to keep this moving forward and learn from it and bring the region along with us rather than waiting for them.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, again, I appreciate the where this is coming from, but I think it's sort of the pendulum swings the other way. And my challenge with the simple yet sort of established direction from staff initially was that it sort of determined an outcome, and so does this. So I think what we actually have to do is go and do that work, and I think Councillor Boyle spoke to the regional work, and of course, regional coordination is it would be a great advancement in mobility pricing, and they have been working on it for some time. We heard from stakeholders, or we heard from, Stockholm, who talked about the importance of starting at times with a core region or the core in the region. And and I'm not coming to any conclusion yet what is going to be best, except to say that staff would go and do that work and come back with that information. So rather than the pendulum swinging the other way towards something that determines we must go regional in order to do it, which is how I read this, I think the amendment that I put forward in the language was carefully crafted to ensure that we were not making any determination at this point. We were just simply telling staff to go do the work and then come back, knowing that so much of this regional conversation is going to happen as a result. So I won't be supporting, I do support regional approach, but I won't be supporting us to determine that that is the way we have to go at this stage.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers on this amendment to the amendment. So I will call a vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote assist.
Yes, Councillor Carr?
Yes, in opposition.
Okay. And 1, 2, what are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just doing my count here. Okay, so we have
Your privilege.
Yes.
Swanson here, I voted wrong. I wonder if we could redo that.
Okay, it has. I think just referring to the clerks, in order to reconsider, we'd need a separate vote on that. So if you're calling for a reconsideration vote, Councillor Swanson,
yes,
it won't make any difference. If you're changing your vote, it would add to the opposition, but it did fail because of the tie. But if you want a reconsideration vote, I could ask the clerks to be a seconder for that. I think we do.
Second.
Okay, so we have a second, and I don't think there's a debate on reconsideration. I'm trying to remember. Perhaps you could help me there. If there is debate, I could start a queue. If not, we'll just move to the vote. There is debate. So if anybody would like to debate this reconsideration, I'll just leave this queue open. If not, we'll move to vote to reconsider. Okay, clerks. Yep, we're gonna vote on the reconsideration. If you'd like to reconsider, say yes. If you're opposed to reconsideration, vote no.
Vote assist, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. And looking for right, and so that has passed. We have a reconsideration vote. We're going to do that one over again on the amendment to the amendment. Get the clerks to cue that. Okay. Oh, I haven't voted myself. So we need Councillor Carr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote assist, please, in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson. There we go. Okay, so that has failed. So the amendment.
Sorry for creating that hassle, everybody.
Happens to the best of us. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, you still have about a minute and 20 seconds.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing further on this. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Boyle on the amendment.
We're now on the original amendment from Councillor Bly?
Yes,
okay. Thanks for helping me keep track where we were there. So I will just say a few things on it. I am absolutely comfortable with adding the additional points of consultation and consideration. It's clear to me from the report that those are all planned to happen, but happy to be adding them in here so that people see them more clearly. This will come as no surprise to folks, I'm sure, but I will also say clearly that I was comfortable with the original language, and in particular appreciated the implementation language in the original report, and I'm disappointed to see that being removed here. Particularly because the report makes clear that we can't hit our targets that are based on science and that we unanimously committed to if we weaken or delay any portion of this plan. And also, I know that the amendment language before us is the strongest language that we can find enough agreement on among this council to keep this conversation moving forward, and that is my priority. The timeline already was reasonably long on transportation pricing in order to get all the pieces in place. So while I am sad to see the implementation language taken out, I know that this is work we need to keep doing anyway. And so I would rather see this language passed than to have the conversation get shelved again for a number of years. And I'll just add also that our current transportation system is deeply inequitable and very unsafe for many types of users. Mobility pricing is good policy, it's science-based policy, and the ability to ensure that it's fair and equitable is in our hands as elected leaders. So I look forward to continuing to move it forward, push that it is fair and that it works well for us as a city and as a region in addressing our climate crisis and congestion problems and helping more people live here and move around. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Councillor Bly for this amendment. I want to acknowledge that she did send this amendment out well in advance, which gave us, her colleagues, ample time to review and consider the amendments, and more importantly, give our staff opportunities to review and comment on the amendment. So we know that this amendment sort of keeps along the intent that we have. Subsequent amendments that come in a few minutes before we're expected to review them aren't especially helpful. So I appreciate that this Councillor Bly had given the thoughtfulness to approach us well in advance so we could consider this. I also appreciate that this is still meeting our intention. It may not be as strong as the original language, and it may not get us there in the same sort of robust way, but I think it will get us there. And I think our staff have validated that as well. I want to also just recognize that where the regional approach will be great, I think we need to be totally clear that, I mean, this particular piece of this climate emergency action plan has been quite controversial for a lot of people. We've had a lot of emails from a Taxpayer Federation campaign that has been directing hundreds of emails to us with some misinformation. And I think that it's tapping into some real fears that people have. But we know that if we're going to take this approach, we have the skill to drive this in the city of Vancouver. We also have the imperative to drive this. We are the densest city in the region. The bedroom communities in Metro Vancouver are not going to drive this. Surrey, which is the second largest city in our province and obviously our region, won't be driving this because they're about a third the density that we are. We are a dense city. We have a lot of congestion issues. We have a lot of growth issues. We need to get ahead of this as a transition strategy, if nothing more. So I appreciate Councillor Bly's amendments that address a lot of the concerns that people have. it really dovetails nicely with the work that we know that staff will be directed to do over the coming 5 years in order to look at an implementation strategy. So I think this is a helpful amendment, and I'm appreciative of the work that went into to see it happen, and I'll be supporting. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I won't repeat the same points that Councillor Weeb made, but I agree with those points and thank Councillor Bly for her collaborative approach in bringing this forward. I just want to emphasize that I support the amendment because for a number of reasons, but one is because I think that it doesn't change the ultimate timeline. We're still not talking in some of the bigger moves such as transport pricing about implementing not till 2025. Unlike as has been stated by at least one councillor about implementing things during a pandemic, certainly transport pricing is not. I mean, unless we have something happening in 2025, which I hope we don't, and we have a vaccine before, well before then. But it does incorporate the I think more robust consultation process that a number of people have and residents and people of Vancouver have written to us about wanting. So that is clearly in there. Also a regional approach in terms of the consultation and collaboration specifically with the TransLink Mayors Council, Metro Vancouver, the province, TransLink, other regional partners, and the impacts on the region. And I think that that is also something that we've heard a lot about. I very much appreciate that. And to consider the equity piece to it very strongly in the amendment put forward around the fact that pricing strategies, for example, should not create additional pressures on communities that are disproportionately impacted by things like COVID or other circumstances. So for those reasons, I'm very appreciative of the language brought forward. I do not think, by Councillor Bly, I do not think in any way that it delays. It just simply asks our staff to do that, that far more robust consultation up front in the beginning of this this process of intense implementation of the whole of the plan. So again, thanks, my great thanks to Councillor Bly for this.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'll just just make a brief final comment given the discussion so far, and appreciate the feedback actually from colleagues around the amendment being brought forward and the process in doing so. And really, it's to me, when I'm reading this report, it was the one piece that was a real outlier that needed a different approach. And so that's why I felt quite passionate that we tease this out of the report and consider it entirely as its own sort of strategy and initiative and considerations. And I know we'll be briefed by staff ongoing, and we'll have an opportunity to ask questions and really make this, again, as this amendment came forward, a more robust and engaged process. And I just want to sort of flag that my hope is that we really do take this out for real engagement. And by engagement, and why I think it's so important not to establish support for implementation ahead of engagement, is that it changes the quality of the way people engage. And I think we really need to bring the city along. I was very inspired by Stockholm's representative coming to speak to council about how they took the risk. They created a 7-month pilot and then went to referendum, and 72% of people supported it. There's a process there that actually has the sort of enables bringing people along in the process to see the benefits. But we don't have any of those questions answered yet in this report. And I think that that is the work that's going to be extremely valuable. Again, not to repeat, but that this is where major cities are going across the world. And it is because we have to work together as cities. You can't just look at Vancouver and say, well, this is our population and this is our impact on GHG emissions, and therefore we shouldn't do anything because we're too small. This is about sort of global coordination. And so there is a piece there that I think is so important. And I'm excited to see what staff bring back on this one piece for this council to consider perhaps even by the end of our term, who knows? So appreciate the feedback and support around other council's comments, and certainly hope that this passes as a way to go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have about 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to support this because I'm going to offer a different point of view, and I don't think it is a different approach. Language matters, and when you look at the language, it certainly has some positives of the additions of consultation and consideration of the impacts of the pandemic. But bottom line, it gives pretty clear direction in terms of pursuing sort of a very viable, or sort of the option of Vancouver going it alone. And even the language, it says, consult with Metro, for example, or TransLink on the feasibility of a transport pricing strategy. It doesn't say regional transport pricing strategy. And I just look at all the feedback we have gotten, whether it was Renewable Cities, whether it was Professor Ohlweiler from SFU and their public policy school, whether it's the CEO of TransLink, whether it's the work that Metro Vancouver has done, whether it's what we've heard from the business community, whether what we've heard from residents in terms of how they travel, how patterns are changing with the pandemic, that I think we are better served in sending a stronger signal around really, truly being open and looking at the likely preferential option to regional approach. And I do not think that the way that this amendment is crafted does that. And so for that reason, I think that the world is moving in this direction. But I think the Vancouver context is different. I think our transportation infrastructure is different. And I think fundamentally, and a point I really want to make, is that in a lot of places, the money where this is implemented goes back directly into transportation infrastructure. That is not what Vancouver is proposing with the, sort of the notion of $250,000 or, $250 million spend and making that back potentially over 2 years. It's going into improvements, potentially bike infrastructure, sidewalks, pedestrians. We might shave some time off a little bit on buses, but we're not adding transit capacity and we're not investing in the transit system. And I just think that we're going to butt heads with a truly regional approach when what we really need is additional viable options to get people that have no choice but to travel longer distances because of affordability and to give them better choices. So for that reason, I won't support it.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanov, up to 5.
Thanks, Mr. I'm going to be brief and say that I will not support this because I actually, in fact, think that, just as we had discussed, quite recently at a meeting, we're in times of pandemic. I think about people who, beyond people who just have a low income, but that this has. I agree with Councillor Fry. That on some level, I'm not saying that because a certain group has gone out and shared certain parts of this report, but I think there is some fear that sometimes can be, dissipate from having proper consultation first, but also in looking at a regional approach. And the second reason, which is the most important reason for me that I won't be voting for this, is I actually think this could discourage us and set us back on a regional approach and moving forward. The media there have been many reports, I'm not going to name all of the articles, that Vancouver is looked at in this sense as greedy, as though we're going to take it all and go at it alone. And, it concerns me that maybe some of the steps that have been taken forward, by the commission, via TransLink and the Mayor's Council, could actually move forward faster if we didn't do this and possibly go with it alone. But what this is saying is, we're willing to come to the table, but we've already made our minds up, or we might have. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this. But I do thank Councillor Bly for trying to bring something forward. I do think that it may be stronger than the original recommendation, but I want to state strongly right now that I will not be voting for the original recommendation either. I thought that Councillor Dominato's amendment was very sensitive to the regional approach that we need and the balance that we need to strike to see mobility pricing move forward. And because I want to move forward with this sooner than later, I won't be voting for this.
Thanks. And that's it for speakers of this amendment. So I'll ask the clerks to cue the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'll need a vote assist.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, in favor. Thank you.
Okay, and that has passed council. The clerks can pull up that vote on screen with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, so we're back to Councillor Bly. You've used your time for this round, and so I'm moving on to Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes. The main motion as amended.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment. I have forwarded it, I think, over 3 different days that we've been meeting on this issue, but I did re-forward it again this morning. So hopefully the clerks can bring that up on screen.
Okay, if you want to take some time to introduce it, please go ahead.
Sure. It is an amendment to actually do a pilot program on a very specific way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that's based in community and commuting. So my amendment actually is that our staff would work with, in partnership with the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service and Vancouver Firefighters IAFF Local 18 in the design of a trial, including collection and analysis of data, and that the fire chief would, in discussion with Local 18, determine the duration of it, and that the council directs staff to report back initial results and bring forward recommendations from this sustainable community trial to council no later than Q1 of 2022, including options to continue the trial. And it's based on the fact that during the COVID pandemic, staff at the city did implement a 24-hour shift for the firefighters, and that was very important in terms of travel and the number of people at the fire hall, et cetera, at certain times, the result of which was that the firefighters noticed that they were traveling less with this particular shift, and they started looking at their own commuting and realizing that they had reduced their GHGs quite significantly by about 800 tons, GHGs, metric tons, and thought this is I mean, not only are there, were there and are there continuing to be very good social and health benefits and impacts of the shift, but there is a climate element to it, and the desire was to see if there was a much more robust evaluation of that, monitoring of those results, that we could, as a city, be looking at ways to actually implement very concrete steps to reduce GHGs. And I love that concreteness. I mean, it is all about us running out of time to actually get our GHGs down and trying to find very specific ways in which we can do it. And this could, well, it is one by virtue of what's been going on so far, but we'd love to know exactly what the GHG reductions are, so that we could possibly even look at ways in which we could duplicate it at the end of the trial. So that is what my motion or my amendment is about.
Thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I thought
Councillor Fry? Okay, so we have an amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, I have you on the queue, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Point of information for you to staff.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, I mean, I very much agree with a lot of what Councillor Carr said, and I think what she's trying to do. However, I get a bit concerned when we're talking about matters that could be considered HR matters or human resources matters. So I'm just wondering if there's a reason that this hasn't happened via the fire chief and the fire chief's recommendations to council, and also if there is any cost associated with this, if there would be a need for any more staffing in Vancouver Fire, and what the cost would be for this pilot, because this isn't just suggesting something, this is actually approving a pilot.
Okay, so the question to city manager is, why hasn't this already been done, and what are the potential associated costs?
Is it a HR matter?
Is that more of a point of order, or is it?
No, I'm asking the question. How would I know if it's a point of order if I don't know if it's a human resources
Okay, I'm just okay. Go ahead, City Manager. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, firstly, I do want to acknowledge that Councillor Carr had a fair amount of back and forth with us with my office before bringing this forward, so we were able to nuance this so that it is fair game for a public council meeting rather than in camera. So that, I guess that's the first thing I'd say on this. The second thing is we are currently doing this as a part of our COVID response, and so really what this amendment, as far as I can tell, is asking us to do is to treat the current usage of this approach as a pilot to really monitor it and be able to report back around the potential implications for the utilization of this approach in the future. So I think at this point, I'm comfortable with the way that this is worded.
Supportive of this?
Excuse me?
Is the fire chief supportive of this? The acting fire chief?
Yep. We have an acting fire chief, yeah. At this point, this has gone back and forth with the fire chief. You know, we have taken on this approach because of COVID, and so monitoring it is a fine way to go. Ultimately, council directing operational decisions on the floor of council is of grave concern to us, and we don't feel that that's what's being done here. This is really directing us to treat the current approach as a pilot and document it so that we can learn from it and report back for potential future implementation.
Thanks. Is the acting fire chief supportive of this?
I believe the acting fire chief is okay with this motion, with this amendment at this time.
All right. That's good to know. Just like to make sure of that. And are there any cost implications, just in understanding that, as I've asked with other parts of this report?
As far as I don't believe there are any considerable cost implications. We're currently doing this, and so this is a matter of really just documenting and analyzing it.
I'm happy to support it then. I wanted the answers to those questions specifically.
I want to say thank you. Thank you for asking those questions. Those are very important questions to ask around a motion like this, and we did have a fair amount of back and forth to address it, and so I really appreciate your asking those questions.
Thanks. And sorry, if I'm being a bit abrupt, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to dead time, so I might be absent for a few minutes here after the vote. I'll stay for the vote, though. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll just briefly say I'm also happy to support this, and I know Councillor Carr did a good and appreciated amount of legwork in finding the right language here, and it's been really great to hear from Fire the commitment to trying to do their part in reducing emissions. I think, you know, this is a huge task that we face, and the spirit of everybody wanting to pitch in and do the piece that they can do well is a really important attitude in getting to the goals that we have on the climate emergency. So happy to support this and look forward to seeing the numbers come back to us.
Thanks so much. Oops, yep, and I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll move to a vote on this amendment. Councillor Carr?
Yes, I do need a vote assistance in favor, please.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova, did you need a vote assist?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying on my camera. In favor, please.
In favor. Okay. Thanks, Council. And that's passed unanimously. Pull the vote result up on the screen, and we're back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, was there anything else?
Are we on the main queue?
Yep, we're on the main queue motion. Main motion is a report as amended.
Actually, I'll put myself back on. I do want to speak to the motion, but yeah, I'm just doing follow-up on that amendment, so thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes. The motion as amended.
Nope, I'm fine right now.
Councillor Dominato, motion as amended.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine right now. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, motion as amended.
Not right now, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Councillor Boyle, motion as amended.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I assume that we are getting close to the end, and so I had a few closing comments that I would be happy to make on this motion.
Sure.
I think it's important to recognize that this is a plan that's based on science and a climate action plan that centers equity and justice. This is the sort of climate action that we need at every level of government to truly rise to the climate emergency. This is the sort of leadership that young people have been calling for, and that health professionals and faith leaders and parents and many, many other folks, residents across our city and beyond, have been calling for. We as a council were elected the same month, October 2018, that the IPCC released an updated climate projection, which made clear that we had, at that time, 12 years, now 10 years, to dramatically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in order to avoid the most dire impacts of climate change. That IPCC report included a very clear statement that every action matters, every bit of warming matters, every year matters, and every choice matters. So I want to say a huge thank you both to the staff who have worked so hard in getting this work to us, and the many, many folks who participated through the Climate and Equity Working Group, through a number of other engagements to bring their own expertise to this very comprehensive plan. I'm proud of it. I am proud to hopefully see it pass through this council this evening, and I hope that we as a council remain committed to science-based targets and science-based plans rooted in justice and in fairness. It's clear that the status quo is failing many people, and that it's not fair to keep pushing climate action down the road. There's too much at stake. So I look forward to voting in support of this full plan and continuing to support the work as it comes back to us in more detailed bylaws and detailed plans throughout the next 2 years of our term. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, just pulling up my thing here. Okay, Councillor Fry, the motion is amended.
Yeah, thanks. Really grateful to staff for all the work that's gone into preparing this, and grateful to the councillors who've really worked hard to push this forward, and of course, some really great amendments along the way. I want to just take a moment to, I'm 100% in support of this. I want to just take a moment to wax philosophically a little bit about the, we see a lot of this sort of really incredibly polarizing politics south of the border, even right now with the contested presidency, and in a small sense saw a lot of that kind of polarizing rhetoric here in the conversation around this climate emergency action plan. And I hope that we can move past that and really work together. This is a council who unanimously supported the declaration of a climate emergency plan, or sorry, the declaration of a climate emergency less than 2 years ago. And we need to collectively come together, not just this council, not just all the councillors who are represented here today, but us as a city and as a region. We all need to come together and recognize that we are on the precipice of some catastrophic changes to our planet, and we have opportunities to make a difference. We live in a city that is very progressive in this front. We live in an incredibly dense city with a compact area and a high population where we can implement a lot of these things, and we can lead. And we can lead in our region, we can lead in our country, we can lead in the planet. And we can be a center of innovation and excellence and practice what we preach and actually make it into an economic driver. So there are a lot of scary possibilities with congestion, road pricing, and retrofitting and stuff. But you know what else is scary? Climate change is scary. The impacts of climate change are scary. So we have an opportunity. We live in an age when there are an incredible number of technological advancements that are coming towards us at an exponential and rapid pace. We know that the future of rideshare, autonomous vehicles, the future of heat technology and passive house construction and retrofitting, all these things are changing rapidly. And we have an opportunity to be at the forefront of that with real leadership and a plan that will put us there. So I'm incredibly supportive, and I really want to just highlight the incredible work of some incredible staff that we have that have worked very hard to drive this plan and to move it forward. And, the list of recommendations that we saw in this report were almost unprecedented. They're so comprehensive and so complete and so anticipatory of the kind of issues that folks are going to be grappling with. So again, I want to come back to that really divisive, toxic sort of rhetoric that seems to divide us so often, and remind us all that this is a time when we all have to come together. And I'm going to, name check Councillor Boyle's husband, Seth, on his fantastic approach to climate change, about a good war, and about how we need to come together and fight this like we fought for, or our forefathers and foremothers fought for fighting tyranny in World War II. And those kind of, we need to come together. This isn't a time for rhetoric. This is a time to come together and really fight this climate change. So thanks, staff, for the work on this. Thanks for council to supporting this, and and the work that's been going on.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. I am just trying to prepare an amendment. So if I could just move down the queue, if you could put me down after Councillor DeGenova, please.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, you have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the speakers who came. Annika, who was talking about climate anxiety and how it's driving her to climate action, which is the healthiest response. And Nai Lee, how people calmed down about modular housing after the residents moved in and they saw it was fine. Maybe that will happen with mobility pricing. And Jeanette Jackman, who talked about how how great it is when we all work together on something important. And I really want to thank Councillor Boyle and Carr for their climate passion, and to all the speakers, especially the young ones, and so many doctors. That was kind of amazing. But keep up the pressure, you guys. I can relate to the climate anxiety that the young ones spoke about. When I was in grade school, the bell would ring in a certain way, and we'd all have to jump up and crouch down under our desks as though that would protect us from a nuclear bomb. And then we grew up and millions of us walked in peace marches in the 80s and pushed the big hand on the nuclear clock back a titch, although it's still looming too close to the top of the clock. And now these young ones are feeling something similar and acting. They organized that huge march last year, bigger than the peace marches of the 80s that we had starting right here at City Hall. And they've been doing that all over the world, and we older ones have to listen. We can't be sidetracked by misinformation such as the Canadian Taxpayer Federation has put out. The fact is, we do have to change our behavior. We have changed it for COVID. Our parents and grandparents changed it for World War II and World War I. And we can't be demanding the same old continues forever, because that's what got us into this mess. I think the staff are clear about the need for equity in this, and there's lots of time for consultation. There's lots of report backs. In 2021, there'll be more votes. In 2022, there'll be more votes and an election. So if people don't like this plan, they have a lot of chances to say so. Then there's lots of time for more input. So I hope we can get going on this. Climate, as I said before, isn't going to wait for a virus, and we need to start now.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. We've got Councillor DeGenova. You've got just over 4 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree, actually, in the spirit of collaboration, many of the comments that Councillor Fry had made. And I think that it's about trying to come together, and in the spirit of doing so, trying to balance affordable housing and considering Mr. Boyle's comments about wanting to move this motion, as some of it has come from her motion that she had brought forward earlier in the term. In that meeting, I specifically moved an amendment that balanced the affordability, considering the housing crisis and the fact that the City of Vancouver has not met its goal. It was a goal that was made before, where it had made that goal before I was on council, to end street homelessness. But considering the fact that we're not only in a pandemic, but we are one of the least affordable cities in the world. I don't think that it needs to be an either or. I don't think we should be tearing apart housing and climate. But that being said, for those who are nervous about the cost and are living paycheck to paycheck, I have made some changes that I'm hoping will be considered. And I think that a lot of this work actually could be expedited and done through the Vancouver plan, some of it, as we've been told. There will be years, as Councillor Carr had said, till 2025 with the Vancouver plan. We should have a report back on that earlier than that. So, I mean, really my amendments, and each and every one of them are about affordability and also looking at our financial snapshot. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I would rather overdeliver for people. And I think that it's imperative that we also consider the situation that we're in, what we're able to do, and leverage, the funding of partners. Aside from the regional mobility strategy, I think that this really applies, to looking at residential parking and the effect that that will have on home care workers. This considers, also issues that we will see come forward, through childcare and issues with people being able to park if they need to, as Councillor Swanson said, work to live. What if some of those childcare providers aren't considered low income by standards? Those are some of the questions that I'd ask, because I think it's really important that we also put an affordability lens on this. So, just as for Councillor Boyle's motion, I was able to participate in voting to support it unanimously. I do believe that we do need to move forward and do what we can, for climate action. And I want to be able to show that leadership, but not at the expense of, leaving behind some of the goals that were already made on housing affordability, considering, the unbelievable rent that we talk about on a daily basis at council, and that hurt the people on the lower income. The way that is measured, maybe not by us right now, but if I look at CMHC and other measurements, but also think that it's really important that we keep in perspective that, I'd rather use the carrot than the stick here. And I think that incentivizing and looking for ways to come together, nothing that I've asked for in any of the recommendations, I think fundamentally changes them, except to put an affordability lens on this and really consider, and have that compassion for people. Hopefully that will, people will come along with us and we'll be able to move forward together instead of trying to convince people. So that's my wish, and that's why I've put forward these amendments. Happy to go through them each individually, but again, try to speak to them generally and very broadly, understand if they're severing also. And I just wanted to note for council, I'd sent over an earlier amendment on commercial drugs that I have since removed after staff's comments, so this would not be included. So
thanks. Now we're at 5 minutes. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, so put you on. We've got an amendment PQ going now, and if anybody would like to speak to this, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please. Oh, you're on mute. Still on mute.
Sorry about that. Trying to jump through the various hoops here. I'm been very concerned about the affordability aspects of this plan and the impact on our residents. And one of the areas that we talked about earlier in the questions that I'm asked was about the build and renovate of existing homes, and particularly looking at character and heritage homes. And so I'm happy to see that heritage buildings are included, in particular in, I guess it says letter N here, sort of part of the way down. And I think it's important to name it in particular, and where we're talking about houses pre-World War II, pre-1940 houses. So in particular, I'd like to single that out because I think it has a big impact not only on GHGs and the climate aspects, but the affordability aspects as well. So I will support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the amendments. I just wanted to speak briefly to, I appreciate Ms. Murphy called in this evening to speak to the report and was talking about the embodied carbon and implications around character and heritage building, so I appreciate that being reflected here. But as well, and I forgot to ask this question earlier, but I think is really helpful when extensive policy recommendations are coming forward for the public to better understand what the implications are is when we can sort of articulate what that looks like in terms of affordability and financial implications. Because my experience has been is that most people I meet actually want to do better by the planet. They want to undertake initiatives. If you look at the adoption, just the assembly of electric vehicles over the last 5 years, it's gone up by 700%. And partly because it's more accessible now, there's more options. But people, I think that people are very clear now on what they can do personally, individually, as well as part of their businesses to have a positive impact on the environment around them and our planet. And so, but I think at the same time, people also have to manage budgets and households, and it's helpful to have some context around what that will look like when I undertake some change. And I particularly like kind of the carrot approach, the incentive approach versus sort of the penalizing approach, the stick. And so I think the request here of some consideration around implications for affordability, I think is a reasonable one because that is something people think about, but it's not exclusionary. People are very socially conscious and very environmentally conscious today and want to do the right thing. And so appreciate these amendments and I'm supportive of them. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle?
Hi.
Thanks. I am just working through all of these amendments, which I understand we just got 10 minutes ago and are pretty extensive. So having just seen the first half of it, I will, I guess, just say, we've had 3 weeks on this report, and of course it would have been appreciated with this level of changes being proposed to have them ahead of time to be able to read them, but having not been able to do that, I won't be supporting them. I have been listening to all of the speakers. I've been hearing all of the discussion. I feel very comfortable with the direction that the plan is going. And additionally, I'll just say I don't think that we need in O, and I see the Vancouver plan is mentioned a number of other times. I don't think we need to add that. I certainly don't think we need to be sending more work into the Vancouver plan. I'm comfortable with the way that this climate plan is coordinated with the Vancouver plan in terms of the necessity of looking at land use and other housing aspects in our climate plan. I don't think that needs to be added. And as far as I've had the time to be able to look at the rest of these amendments, I don't think that they're necessary in this plan moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I similarly won't be able to support these amendments. I was a little surprised, actually. I thought it was just what we saw on the screen, but as I scroll down on the email, it's about 3 times what's being displayed on the screen worth of amendments. And that's just far too much material for a reasonable amendment. We have had plenty of time to suggest amendments, and we have indeed been doing this back and forth for some time. So I can't support this.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I will call a vote on these amendments.
Would it be possible to sever?
I have called the vote, and votes are starting to come in. So you would have needed to call sever before the votes. I'm just watching the votes populate now. So sorry, you need to do that before the voting starts.
Voter assist, please, Mr. Mayor. In opposition.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, so I have the vote is final here, and we have 6 in opposition: Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillors Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself. So that amendment has failed. Councillor Carr. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Dejanova, you were right at your time limit. Councillor Carr, you have about a minute and a half.
Right. I'm just in closing. I want to first of all thank staff for the amazing work on this report. I love the detail. I love the focus on concrete ways to reduce GHGs, and appreciate that there are many measures across the board in a comprehensive way to actually take action on this climate emergency. Fellow councillors, the science is clear. The emergency is not only here, it is growing larger and accelerating as we speak, literally, in terms of the storms we're witnessing in the Caribbean right now. We don't have a choice but to move forward, I believe, in terms of fulfilling our duty to take care of the people who live in this city and future generations. That's part of what we do too. I want to thank the speakers in particular for coming forward. Many physicians, scientists, activists, etc., who really did move me in their language, and the youth who so eloquently implored us to vote for this entire report. And I want to just leave with a comment by Annika Lee, 14 years old. We are scared. We are overwhelmed and frustrated that we may not have a future. And I dream about a future. Instead of being constantly worried about it, I want a safe future for everyone, and every government has a role. So I think it is our duty to vote for this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato. Up to 5.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if I could move for a 15-minute recess. We have a couple of councillors trying to deal with bedtime for children, so I'm just wondering if that might be possible.
You can always move for a recess if you like, but
so moved.
A movement for a 15-minute recess, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. So I'll just call yeas and nays on that. All in favor of a 15-minute recess, say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Okay, Council, so we're recessed until 9:45. 9:40. We are recessed.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping we could get the final amended motion sent over, please.
Well, there's still folks on the queue. So I just saw another amendment come in. So Councillor Dominato, you have about 4.5 minutes left. So we'll come back at 8:47.
Thank you.
Thanks. 8:47. So, Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make my closing comments after, I think there's more amendments on the queue, so thanks. I'll wait.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
Upon reflection, I'm going to withdraw the amendments that I was prepared to bring forward. It seems that amendments at this stage of the game are not welcome. So I'm going to withdraw, and I will put myself back on the queue for final comments, but I don't want to erode any more time.
We're on final comments right now. So this is the main report as amended, and you've got 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Well, I would appreciate it if you would reset my timer then, Mr. Mayor, because that was not my understanding.
Well, I mean, the queue is pretty clear.
Well, could you reset my timer so I can give my final comments, please?
Yeah, go right ahead, up to 4 minutes.
Well, up to 5 minutes. Over the last couple of weeks, City Council has listened at length to many speakers who spoke passionately about their fear for the future of the planet. And I was struck by the sustainabilities. They reminded me of my own lived experience at 17. In 1976, my first year at UBC, I worked at Habitat Forum at Jericho. And for those that don't know, Habitat was the United Nations Conference on Human Settlements initiated as governments began to recognize the importance and magnitude of rapid urbanization. And Habitat was the first time the global community had come together in a substantial way to discuss cities and all human settlements and the growing challenges of urbanization, rising inequality, the accelerated human migration from rural to urban areas. All of these things inspired me. Books like Limits to Growth and the report of exponential economic and population growth, Small is Beautiful, a study in economics as if people mattered. All of these really inspired me at that age to try and change the world. And in Vancouver, our response was to advance the values of the livable city, exemplified by the development of False Creek South. And then for me, we heard speakers that were young women, rightly concerned about the future for their children, and I totally relate. When I was 27 in 1986, together with my two little girls, 100,000 people marched across the Burrard Street Bridge in support of nuclear disarmament. And it was such a unifying event. All the political parties, trade unions, the Vancouver and District Labor Council, churches, student movements, everyone came together and took part. And as a result of this advocacy, the city of Vancouver became a nuclear-free zone. Fortunately for us, the nuclear threat declined with the end of the Cold War, but not because of Vancouver. My children today are millennials, and now their fear for the future is the global climate emergency. And now I'm a grandmother, and I fear for my grandbaby's future. There's no question that the climate change is a profound threat to humankind. There's no question that the conditions identified during Habitat so many years are coming home to roost in our contemporary world. But the question remains, what can Vancouver do? We similarly heard from the notion of climate change is understandably emotive and suggests that we have to do every single thing we can, no matter what the cost or inconvenience, because otherwise the consequence is no less than dire for the entire planet. But there still has to be a sense of proportion. So while I appreciate the sentiment, I have reservations about the report. Because listening to the speakers, there were broad, sweeping statements about the state of the planet, the smoke coming from California. But here's the deal. We're 115 square kilometers between Boundary Road and the University Endowment Lands. 115 square kilometers against the globe's 510.1 million square kilometers. And so we really have to be careful about what we do to move the needle in impacting the planet and what we can do in the next few months. So I'm concerned that about the timing. I'm concerned about the affordability impacts in the short term. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Why would we kick small businesses, restaurants, bars, and clubs when they're down? We can revisit these ideas after we've let the city recover a bit.
And we're at 5.
Okay, well, there's much in this climate action plan which is positive and sensible that I support, but I am very concerned about the timing of this and the financial implications for a city that's health and well-being is seriously under stress.
Thanks so much. Councillor Dominato, you have about 4.5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Not seeing anyone else on the queue for amendments. I thought I'd offer some closing comments as well. Thank you to staff for all of the intensive work that's obviously gone into this report and strategies and proposals. I think one of the things I was reflecting on, and I think certainly things have shifted for me as I became a parent, is thinking about the future. And my kids come home from school, and we often talk about environmental concerns and climate change. And these were not conversations that we were having when I was in school. And when I reflect on sustainability and environmental concerns that have been raised over the years, I would suggest that environmental concerns have been largely marginalized for decades, and it is really due to the persistence of many leaders in our communities that we're now at the forefront. I mean, there's obviously the evidence and research that has signaled that we need to address climate change, and we need to address how we live and how we support our planet. But I look at, amongst us, our own Councillor Carr, who's a founding member of the Green Party of BC, and it's because of leaders like Councillor Carr that we're having these conversations today. And I think there are opportunities in all of this. And one of them is congestion pricing. I think that it's not a question of will there be congestion pricing or transport pricing. Yes, there will. And there's a number of reasons for it. I think the approach is about it's the how and how we go about doing that in our metro area. I think there's great opportunities in terms of the green economy. I think as a government, whether that be civic, provincial, federal, we need to think about multiple bottom lines and financial, social, environmental considerations in terms of governance. One of the things that, and there are a few things that I may not fully agree with in this report, but one of the things I really valued and I think is absolutely the right step is around the infrastructure for electric vehicles. If you look at the data around uptake around electric vehicles and hybrids, it's significant. I talked about it earlier about, over the last 5 years, there's been a 700% increase in terms of people with registered electric vehicles in the city. It's almost 100% increase for hybrids. And the actual number of net new vehicles registered in the city has only gone up by 9% in that same time frame. And I think that where I'd love to see us be focusing more is around what are the incentives that, and it's not necessarily just at the city level, around to encourage people to adopt zero emission vehicles. But I think the infrastructure is critical. The more infrastructure we have, both communal access that's shared within neighborhoods or other public sites, but also the ability to have that installation done at homes, will help with that adoption. I think also raising awareness of these issues, as I think it was Dr. Shepard talked about the social mobilization, I think there's a real opportunity there. Because as I said earlier, people really want to do the right thing, and they have multiple considerations in their lives when it comes to juggling, balancing their books financially at home, as well as wanting to take on being more sustainable in their practices. And I also think there's, applaud the provincial government for the efforts around the climate strategy there, where we're going to be moving to seeing no, in terms of passenger vehicles and trucks, that we won't see combustion vehicles sold after 2040, and that's also a move in the right direction. But more specifically to this proposal, I also want to comment on the buildings. We did see from staff's report that buildings are, I think, the bigger emitters, and I think there are some good pieces here. And I appreciate that staff, I want to acknowledge this, I had a lot of questions around the buildings, in particular around existing buildings, because of the concerns around affordability and what that means for both commercial buildings and rentals and stratas, as well as homeowners. So thank you for addressing in a timely fashion those questions, because I really wanted to understand that better.
And we're just at 5.
Well, on that note, I will wrap up there. But thank you for the report and for the work that's gone into this.
Great. Thanks, Council. I don't see anybody else in the queue. If you just indulge me for a second, just wanted to thank the staff for all the work they put into it, all the dozens and dozens of people who inputted through this public process, and then for Council for your thoughtful debate, amendments, and discussion. So thanks so much, and
I'd like to move to sever, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, we're going to have clerks pull up the entire motion as amended, and if you could point out what you'd like to have severed, that would be very helpful. And we'll start with those in the voting process.
Recommendation D.
Okay.
Recommendation F.
Okay.
Recommendation G, the second half.
I think we can only do it by letter, but I can check with clerks. So we have D, F, G. If I just look at it, oh, okay, I think we can, clerks, you can correct me, but I think we can sever that out. So it's G, the further that clause, okay.
And
anything else?
Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. There may be other councillors who want to maybe.
Yeah, I'll ask once you're completed.
That's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hardwick, did you have something you wanted to sever?
I'd appreciate it all being severed, each clause, please.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Well, if they're all severed, then I don't need to ask for mine. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we'll sever the whole thing by request, and we'll vote clause by clause. So we'll start at the top. Clerks could scroll. If clerks could scroll the beginning. So we'll start with A.
Mr. Mayor, vote assist, please, in favor.
Okay, thanks. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova?
I voted on screen, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. If clerks can put that on screen, that has passed unanimously. Thank you. And clerks, if you can pull up the second.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just Councillor Hardwick, I know that you want each of these severed, but this could take 40 minutes to go through each vote since we pull them up on screen. They're not specific things that you would like to pull out, so we could at least put a few of them together.
I'm sure we can do it quite quickly, sir, if we just move it along.
Okay, vote B then. So we'll probably miss the other items on the agenda. That's what I'm just alerting council to. So,
Mr. Mayor, not to delay the process, but you can just vote assist me in favor on everything.
Okay. Actually, we'll probably have to call it each time though, Councillor Carr.
All right, fine.
Okay. Councillor DeGenova? Councillor Fry? Councillor Dominato? And we have Councillor Hardwick in opposition to this letter. Okay, we're moving to letter C.
Mr. Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
In favor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Fry? Councillor DeGenova? Councillor DeGenova? Councillor DeGenova?
Mr. Mayor, my panel's not working. If you could vote in favor for me for C, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll get the clerks to call that up. Thank you. Then we'll move to D.
Mr. Mayor, in favor, please.
Thank you very much. This is for the vote on D. And that is passed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, clerks, we're going to move to E.
In favor, Mr. Mayor, please.
Okay, vote assist in favor for Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
And that passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. And we're moving to F now.
Vote assist in favor, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Sorry, is that F, Mr. Mayor?
It's what's highlighted on the screen. F.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Okay, thanks. Actually, sorry, I misvoted. My apologies.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think
you haven't been recorded yet on this one, Councillor.
I'm having trouble with my voting. My voting panel is not showing.
Would you like a vote assist on F?
Yes.
Okay, how would you like to vote?
Opposition.
Okay.
Mayor
Clerks,
Stewart?
if you can mark that. Yes.
Yeah, we'll make that note in the minutes. So
okay, it just doesn't show on, I don't have it showing on the screen yet.
That's correct.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Right. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much, clerks. So we're moving on to G.
Mayor Stewart, for this one, we're going to be voting on the first part of G.
Yes, we'll vote in the first. We'll vote on the first part of G, and the next vote will be on the further that, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor, vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Thanks. That is passed with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Okay, we'll move to the second half of G.
Vote assist in favor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry. And that has passed with Councillor Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. And we're moving now to H.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. There we go, Councillor Dominato. And that is passed with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. And moving on.
Mayor Stewart, we're voting on aye.
Yes, right. Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Thanks very much. And that's passed unanimously. Going to J now.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to register my vote in favor, please.
Okay, thank you. Clerks, if you could record that. Thank you. We're on K now.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you. Okay, and that is passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, we're on L.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. There we go. Okay, thank you. That has passed with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Okay, we're on M.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dejanova. That's in favor. Thank you. So we have passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, we're on N.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova. That passes with Councillor Dejanova. There we go. That
Mr.
passes.
Mayor, not only are you echoing, but my panel is sticky, so it's clicking on and off. So in opposition, please register.
Okay, thanks. That's passed with Councillor Dejanova and Hardwick in opposition. Now we're on O.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato. And that passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Letter P.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova.
Vote assist in opposition, please.
Thank you. That passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. We're on cue.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova.
In opposition, please.
Okay. Thank you. That passes with Councillor Hardwick and Dejanova in opposition. Okay. Letter R.
Vote assist in favor, please.
That passes with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Moving on to S.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
In favor, please, Mr. Mayor. Vote assist.
Okay. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Letter T.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Delgado, Councillor Dejanova.
Point of privilege. Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, thanks. That passes unanimously. Clerks, can you remind me how far this goes? How many letters there are? Does it go? I remember there's a double F. Is there anything beyond that?
Mayor Stewart, it would be double I.
Great. Okay. So you, we're voting on you.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, in favor.
Thank you. Vote assist the clerks. Thanks. Letter V.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Dalmanato.
In favor.
Thank you. That's passed with no opposition. W.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova. There we go. Okay, Councillor Dominato. That passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Letter X.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that passes with none in opposition. Voting on Y next.
Vote assist in support, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, there we go. That is unanimous. Thanks. Vote number 26, Zed. 27, actually. Councillor Carr.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Thanks very much.
My screen froze, so there I was
That's
trying to see the
passed
amendment
without.
come up. Thanks.
That's passed without any opposition. Double A.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, my cone has frozen, so could you please tell me what recommendation we're on, because I'm trying to look on my sheet now.
We're on double A.
Okay, in favor, please. Thank you.
We're on double B now.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dominato. Okay, that's passed with Councillor Kirby and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Double C.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova. There we go. Okay, thanks. That's passed unanimously. We're on double D next.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Swanson, Dominato, and Dejanova. Councillor Dominato and Dejanova. Thanks. That has passed with Councillor Dejanova in opposition.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Right, we're on double E. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I've already voted.
Okay, just recorded in favor. That's passed unanimously. Thanks. Double F.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, there we go. That has passed with none in opposition. Double G.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Councillor Dejanova.
In favor, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Of double
Clerks.
G, right?
We're on, yep, double
G, correct?
That's correct.
I'm trying to listen and watch.
Double H.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Dejanova.
You didn't read the results for double G, I believe. Did you?
I did because it was unanimous.
Okay, thanks.
And we need to vote on this one now. Councillor, there we go. Okay, that's unanimous as well. Double I. Clerks, do we need a final vote to pass them all, or is that just on amendments? I think once we do this one, this is our last vote.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And double I.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay. Councillor Kirby. And that's passed unanimously. And I think that is it. So
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
One of the votes I voted in error. I believe it was, hold on just a sec. I'm going cross-eyed here. You know what, I was going to ask for reconsideration, but under the circumstances, I think we're all pretty tired. Wouldn't make a difference on the vote.
Okay. Thanks then. Okay, Council, so that finishes that item. And clerks, we need to alert Councillor Weep so he can come back in the room.
Mr. Stewart, he is in the meeting now.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. So we're moving to the administrative motions. There is one administrative motion on the agenda that's for Oak Street. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? I don't see anybody. So would somebody like to move this motion, please?
So move, Councillor Weeb.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay, thanks. Any discussion on this item? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue to speak to this one, so I am going to call yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that passed unanimously. Thanks very much. Next, we move to the members' motion. Council members have 2 minutes to introduce their motion, 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions. The motion is targeted COVID funding program for Vancouver's Chinatown. And this is going to be moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, if you put yourself on the queue, you have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm moving this motion jointly with Councillor Fry. As the Mayor said, it's a targeted funding program for Chinatown. I think everybody is well aware of the significant negative economic impacts of COVID, but the National Historic Site of Chinatown has been particularly hard hit. We've had the opportunity to meet regularly with a number of different groups in Chinatown, and I've heard firsthand how it has been impacted, particularly because of the unique nature of the legacy and individual businesses who often have not qualified for the various assistance programs. The spirit of this motion is recognizing that the federal government saw fit to provide a targeted program for Granville Island, given its unique nature. And we feel that Chinatown would, that's a good analogy in terms of addressing the National Historic Site. The city is doing a lot of work long term as it relates to sort of retaining the living and cultural heritage. And quite frankly, I think that we're in danger of losing it. So in short, this is an advocacy motion that is fairly straightforward, which has been supported by a number of different groups, including the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, Sun Yat-sen Garden, Chinese Cultural Center, Chinatown Plaza, Tenants Association, Vancouver Chinatown Merchants and Association, and others. And it is simply to ask the mayor to eloquently write to the federal representatives to consider Chinatown for a targeted funding support program for COVID-19 in the same way that they did for Granville Island, recognizing its unique small businesses, its cultural heritage, its National Historic Site status, and the unique cultural attractions that exist in the area. So I will leave it there.
Thanks very much. You perhaps have a question from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to a minute.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. Actually, no, it was just to speak in support of it.
Okay, so that, I know you've seconded now, so now we can go on a queue for debate and decision because we have no speakers. So if you wanted to put yourself back on, you have both of you have up to 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
Sure, thanks. And it's been great working with Councillor Kirby-Yung on this, and of course with the Chinatown community. This is a pretty simple advocacy act, and it does align with a lot of opportunities that we know are coming from senior governments and interest in seeing the success and vitalization of Chinatown. I do want to acknowledge the really diverse group of folks from Chinatown who have been working on this with us and working on these plans and bringing it forward. Kimberly Wong, Michael Tan, Fred Ma, Jordan Ang. There's a huge list that I probably shouldn't have started because I won't remember to include everybody, but it's certainly something that has a lot of interest and advocacy from across sectors in Chinatown. And there's a real opportunity here to leverage some senior government funding to help support Chinatown at this really most critical of times.
Thanks so much. Anybody else on this? If not, we can call a vote, clerks. I don't see anybody on the queue to speak. So call a vote. Great.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
favor, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova.
Yeah, and vote assist is for me too, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
is support.
Okay, thank you. And that's passed unanimously, Council. I believe we're getting near the end here as we pull that up on screen. But Councillor Bly, I think you have a LOA.
I likely do, but my brain is foggy. So it's FCM Advocacy Days this week or next week. So I think there's a conflict, but I'm sorry, I don't have the details in front of me.
Okay, the clerks just keyed me to that one. So I think you can do a retroactive one if you have to. So I'll just leave that one with you.
Mayor Stewart, we have the information, so if council would like to proceed with it, I'm just trying to find it.
Thank you, Claire.
Just
I'm just getting it sent to me. Just one second.
Great. Council, that's after this. That'll be it. We'll just go for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn?
Almost there. We just have to deal with this leave of absence request, and then we can go to motion to adjourn.
My apologies, Mayor Stewart. It would be for November 19th council meeting.
Okay.
My apologies. November 24th from 12 to 2 and November 25th, 11 to 1 for civic business.
Okay, great. Do we have a seconder?
Seconder, Councillor Weeb.
Okay. We can do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, great. That's passed. Thanks very much. Now, Councillor Hardwick, you can go for your adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Seconder.
Bly?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Bly, I heard. So all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay.
Yay.
No, we're going to ignore that one. Okay, thanks very much, everybody. That's unanimous. The clerks, we're all done. There's nothing else that we have to
Nope, that's it. We'll see council on Thursday at 3 p.m.
See everybody at Thursday at 3 p.m. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.